Hello.
Dahak?
Micah Mark is dead!
That's funny. Twitch, you're here.
Present.
Surkith?
I'm sorry, we'll get you another disposable mount.
Nice abs on that image, by the way, Surkith. I think Dahak is going to want you to change it.
You have to refresh it. I already refreshed it.
Oh, okay. I'll get around to that. And Tarar?
Yep.
And Drepix?
I'm here.
Awesome. Everybody's here. Okay, so in my normal tradition, I say, last time, the heroes, blah, blah, blah. But you guys are not heroes. So last time, the villains began their arduous climb up the spine of Hamadri, which is what we're calling these mountains. Following the vague, dreamlike directions that they saw in their vision, a narrow path that wound like a snake up the side of the foothills and into the peaks. The going got really treacherous a few days in. The villains were not doing so well on their hunting and foraging, as they were their minds were filled with ideas of glory, power, conquest, and of course the reward that they were promised. Some more so than others, as they found themselves on a treacherous winding peak, getting near the top of the mountains. After tracking a set of footprints that were larger than a man's but smaller than a giant's, they had concluded that it was likely a Goliath who made the prints, as they knew that Goliaths are the watchmen at the top of these peaks. And they would have to pass over the peaks to get to where the end of the path would lead them, the trail would lead them. Being driven more by their hunt for their quarry than their stomachs, they made good time up the side of the mountains, and came to a narrow, treacherous path that was very, very short to the side of the cliff. Making their way, holding their backs to the edge of the cliff, Dahak and Gamork, however, treading a little more treacherously on the side of a steep ravine, but leaving room for their allies on the path, more space for them. They made their winding way through this narrow trail. A sparkle of red caught the moonlight in front of them, and Twitch immediately felt a tingle up his spine. There would be treasure just laying here on the path. But cautiously they made their way forward and found that it looked like a bird's nest. In this bird's nest were a couple of very large, ruby-colored and seemingly made of the same material, egg shapes. Drepix cautiously leaned forward and checked the nest for traps. But as he leaned forward, they heard the shrill cry of something like a hawk or an eagle up above, as these winged, snake-like, glorious beings flew out of the darkness above from the moonlight and attacked as the party had approached their eggs. A battle ensued in which the villains found themselves at a severe disadvantage, both because of the terrain and the celestial divine power of these beings that they were against. It's like nothing they had ever faced. But using guile and cunning, Dahak, mourning hit the loss of his mount, who had tumbled and could still hear the echo of the bones cracking and breaking as he hit every surface on the way down the 200-foot drop. In a fit of rage, almost picking up one of the last eggs, or the second egg, in the nest, after Twitch had fallen down the same ravine as Gamork, holding the other egg, he tossed it down into the ravine, getting their attention as the snake beings shrieked in worry and agony and flew directly down to the ravine, where Twitch had barely survived. only by sacrificing his little furry friends and luckily landing on the body of Gamork did he manage to survive the fall down the ravine. Anyway, then the villains made their escape while the snake creatures were otherwise distracted. And all of you took a moment to regard the passing of your companion Twitch, but overall it was just one more share that you wouldn't have to split in the treasure. So you made your way on and maybe poured a little wine over the side of the cliff as you made your escape and continued on your journey up the mountain. The climb became more than just a trail as it turned into a steep cliff face that you would have to climb with no climbing gear, no ropes, just using magic and your wit and guile, and of course Surkith just used her muscles to climb the face of the cliff as she hauled herself up, slithering like the snake that she is, close to the ground. You made it to the top, only to be confronted by the creature known in legend in the Land of Song as Grim. Grim is well known, even to you. The legend would have reached you by now that this creature known as Grim prowls the night like an undead, but destroys other undead and other evil beings. He seems to be possessed of a dark energy, but he uses it for good. Out of the sheer force of his will, he controls the darkness inside him. The curse that turned him into what he is now under his dominion rather than the curse having dominion over him. Being in control of his own destiny, but still being what he is, it allows him a connection to the Shadowfell, where he can pull forth the souls of other warriors who have also died in glorious battle, saving their friends, loved ones, or allies. And they will fight with him in the mortal plane should he need them. You found yourselves at a narrow wooden bridge, rope bridge, that crossed a very, 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 very deep ravine. And the creature known as Grim stood on the other side, barring your passage across the bridge, it seemed. Knowing you had to cross the bridge, the battle ensued. It quickly took a turn for the worse for the villains, however, as the overwhelming force of Grim's summoned warriors quickly downed two of your allies, or nearly downed two of your allies. One for sure, the other is near death. But just before Surikith took the blows that nearly dropped her, she used the force of her divine wrath to scare away several of the summoned warriors' spirits. And that's where we will pick up. That was a pretty fair summary. And that's we're good to go. So Dahak, if you're ready, it's your turn. The scene is set.
Just to be sure, the ones with the kind of hands on their heads are turned.
Yes, it's supposed to represent like shock or surprise, I guess. Like, oh my god. Those three are turned. The one that approached, and that would have been clearly evident. The ones that have that symbol on them would have immediately backed away from Surikith and looked like they're preparing to flee. However, the next one to go in initiative was the one that approached Surikith, like directly after she turned everything else. The one that resisted, the single one that resisted, charged forward and attacked Surikith twice.
So with them turned, I can move and not provoke, right? Because they're going to run from us.
The only action that a turned creature can take is the dash action. So yes, they cannot take. Okay. They can't take reactions or actions other than dash.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and move to my distance.
Yes, the heart means you have advantage on attacks because they use their reckless attack feature.
And then I am going to release 2 arrows at the one by my snake princess, Surikith.
Why, thank you.
And let's see. I already get advantage, so I'm just going to do my my sharpshooter first. Here you go. Ooh. So an 11.
An 11 unfortunately does not hit it.
And I will. I'm going to try it without the sharpshooter. 25.
25 definitely hits.
Okay,
So
I'll
taking
get,
a bit more careful aim, you
I'll get
hit the
that,
target.
and then my sneak attack.
Alright, so a total of 13, so it takes some of that damage.
And I will. I've made my movement, so I will stick it out here.
Alright, Drepik, so you saw Dahak tumble back, draw his bow, and fire off 2 shots, one striking the Wraith, and you can see that just like regular Wraiths and Ghosts, that when they get hit by attacks that damage them, there is a sinewy thread that winds through the center of their spiritual embodiment of themselves. The spirit itself is just a thin string of soul matter. And that's the thing that glows for just a second when the Wraith takes a hit. You also did notice, I think somebody noticed, that when one was destroyed, that sinewy string turned into a shiny gem.
It was Terrar.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terrar has it in his pocket.
Yeah, so basically that sinewy thread just kind of goes top to bottom at the same time, meets at a point in the center, and falls as a tiny gemstone.
So Drepix's magical eye will begin to glow blue as booming energy forms around his blade. It'll die again then. I'm going to charge for the one next to Sirketh and stab it.
Okay. Are you going to move one more to the left, or is that where you're stopping?
I'm stopping there, but I'll be disengaging back.
Okay, cool. So the way I'm imagining this is you're charging forward, but you're kind of doing a baseball slide underneath Sirkith's legs and standing up just on the other side of her to stab before you do a back roll back between her legs to escape. 22 will hit.
And here's the booming portion of this. The 8 won't take effect until it moves.
Right, but this does make your entire attack thunder, just like a paladin's smite. So your blade, just the piercing sneak attack and the thunderous energy that is enveloping your blade, causes the thin thread inside the wraith to shine brightly, more brightly than the last attack, as it flinches from your attack.
I then kind of jump backwards into a roll and kind of disengage backwards. Your time's almost up.
All right, it can't attack you as you deftly maneuver away. This sword wraith here is totally terrified of Sirkith and turns around and flees. It's going to move and then move again. So let me check real quick its movement speed. Well, it's fly speed. Okay, 30 feet. So I'm going to move 60 feet away. And I added a plus 10 feet. I'm imagining that as it flies, it just kind of goes up in the air a bit and flees away. So it went up diagonally to 10 feet above ground level and just flew across the ravine. And you can see the form of Grim on the other side, kind of raising his spectral axe and ordering it to go back as he yells Grim out loud. Yeah, I'm sorry, Twitch. I did forget to rearrange after you rolled a net. Let me do that, and I'll remember I'm on 19. Let me do that real quick.
And Twitch will go last.
Okay, so I think that's correct then. All right, so the Sword Wraith just had its turn. It is now starless.
I think I'm going to try and shoot a web at the one in front of Surikith, and I think this is going to be at normal because there's a guy next to me.
He is next to you, yeah, so that would make it a normal attack, even though he's not necessarily... He can't take reactions. That's a sly... I almost... You know what? No. I'm going to say, since he can't take reactions, he can't even opportunity attack anyway. I'm going to bend the rule a little and let you attack with advantage. I think it makes sense. He is in no way trying to threaten your space.
$13?
A 13, unfortunately, still misses as the Sword Wraith is still engaged and, having just taken the blow from Drepix, sees the web coming and dodges aside.
Okay, well, I tried.
Sorry, I gave you the advantage too. I wanted it to hit. I was on your side there. All right, Ikreg, it's your turn. You are dead. Like,
Dead.
you can't do anything. Okay, so that's 1 round of death for Ikreg. He has 9 rounds left to be saved by your current skill level in healing. It is now Grim's turn. Grim, satisfied that he has slain the evil warlock that flew across the ravine, is going to fly up 10 feet to the Sword Wraith and smack it across the head with the blunt end of his axe, knocking its sense back under his command as he orders it to fly forward again. And then he's going to complete his movement by flying over and landing in front of Tarar. So he just flies up, smacks that guy senseless, not senseless, but smacks him senseful. The damage is negligible. I could give him 1 point of damage. It doesn't matter. He attacked it, so it is now not turned. Alright, but I used my full action to knock that Sword Wraith, so I am going to land in front of Tarar there and end my turn. This Sword Wraith is going to fly away from you, Drepix, flying up 10 feet into the air and away 60. Alright, this Sword Wraith was already 5 feet in the air, so he's just going to rise up another 5 feet and fly away 60 as well. Tarar, it just got really busy on your side of the map. As I'm scrolling up and down, I'm looking at all of these wraiths that I could just spend actions waking up out of their turn state, and then you're surrounded.
That's cool.
Yes.
I'm hoping the rest of the team can handle that longer.
Right. It is now your turn, Tarar, as I noticed you are in the deeper part of the shit now.
I'm gonna swim, move, and roll, going behind him, and then I'm just gonna make 2 attacks with advantage.
Alright, yeah, you have advantage against him.
And my rage is still going. That's what the symbol is for on my token. 21.
21 does hit Grim.
And my fire is burning. So I don't know if he even takes any fire damage from that. That's 3 fire from the storm.
The fire does seem to affect him, not as much as it would a fully corporeal being, but he does take damage from it.
Okay, so that's 21. I assume it's halved since my stuff ain't magical. For 22? 21. I can't do that.
Well, yeah, 12 and 9 would be 21. So that would be 10 total.
So 13,
But you're also doing
13
3
total points, maybe. And that's it.
He's resistant to fire too, so we'll just add it that way. So it's 21 plus 3 is 24, so he would take a total of 12 points of damage.
Okay, and that's it for me.
Alright, he flinches from your 2 attacks, and the flame... Is the flame coming just off of you, like you're radiating?
I'm radiating
aura of
I'm radiating an intense amount of heat. I'm like a boiler right now.
Alright, and since I did describe the fact that you're way up high on the peaks, you are just creating puddles of mud and water around you because the snow is like instantly melting everywhere you step.
It is the incarnation of my rage.
I love it. Alright, so he flinches from that. He's familiar with barbaric rage himself. As in life, that's what he was, but he flinches from the power of your onslaught. Sir Kith, it is your turn.
First, I'll look aghast at the wraith and go, "How dare you strike me, you insignificant wraith!" And then I'll disengage to here, and then I'm gonna cast a level 2. What is it on myself? I'm gonna cast a level 2 healing word on myself.
Okay.
I get to reroll that 1. Jeez.
You do get to reroll the 1. Actually, you get to reroll 2d4 and add 3 because you got 2 1s. So just, yeah. So you end up getting 7 healing from that.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so that's a move, an action, and a bonus action as you step away, saying a curse of healing upon yourself instead of a prayer. And Twitch, you are 20 feet off the map, but your badger comes burrowing out, or it pushes the ground up ahead of you, but you move through the hole in the ground first before the badger does. Unless they all act on your initiative. Do they all act on your initiative?
They all act on my
Okay, then you can describe how you come burrowing out of the ground with your full turn in action yourself.
So, you see the ground rise up in a bulge, and then it caves in, and out comes this giant badger with a familiar face riding upon him. You cannot escape from me that easily. You too, he points to the weasels. Keep him distracted. And that is his bonus action to tell the weasels to go and use the help action against the sword wraith.
Okay. And do the weasels have enough movement? What's their movement speed? I don't have their character sheets up.
They have a 30-foot movement speed.
Awesome. You're 20 feet away, so they can move up there and both use the help action if you'd like. That's perfectly fine. You'd have the next attack against that thing has advantage. I'll say the next 2 attacks because there's 2 weasels doing help.
Yes, and I don't know that he already has advantage. Or does. Whatever.
He is actually still granting advantage because it hasn't been his turn yet. But either way, it makes sense. The weasels are jumping up on him, distracting him.
Which is like, get out of my way, creature. He's going to use.
A 17 is a hit. No wild magic. Ooh, nice. As your magical lasso, Wonder Woman style, wraps around him, he can't tell a lie. No, he burns for 11 points of lightning damage.
Lightning! They're the lightning!
Now, just to double check with you, Twitch, it is resistant to lightning, but not in your case, right?
No, mine is a special, yellow. It's an unnatural lightning.
Awesome. Yeah, you overcome lightning resistance. So yeah, it is definitely terrified of your magic because it normally resists that kind of magic.
I use dire lightning.
Nice. Do you want to do anything with the badger, or you're riding it? Is that correct?
The badger double moved to get to here, I believe.
Okay.
Yes,
and it is a medium creature. So that's why I didn't make it. A giant badger is medium. And you're small, so I think you can ride it, but it's yeah, I get because a small creature can ride a wolf, which is a medium creature. So yeah, you can ride it, but it is not as big as a horse. Yeah, it can barely hold your weight.
It's been like sprinting, burrowing nonstop all. No food, no water.
All right, so this sword wraith is wrapped up in this lightning. Starla missed it with the web attack. Surikith backed away after he tried to chop it down. You popped out of the ground and immediately flung lightning at it, so it's going to charge at you.
It immediately takes 8 booming energy as it moves.
Okay, let me add that 8. I love it. Thanks, Doug. So as it moves away, its entire visible form kind of shimmers and shatters a bit. You can see that the black shadow of its that's making up its skin tends to flake away, almost as if it's dissipating as it moves towards you. It's barely holding on to just a thread. The thread of its soul is very thin.
Fear the thunder!
My weasels make an attack of opportunity.
Yes, your weasel can. Actually, both of them can. I moved out of reach of both of them.
So 9 and 8.
All right, the 9 and the 8 will miss. Just flies right past the weasels.
They would have been so.
It has 2 hit points left, so if both weasels had hit and done damage, it's possible that the weasels would have just swallowed his soul. That would have been amazing. But it is going to manage to escape the weasel's wrath and approach you. It's going to use its martial fury, so it can make a weapon attack with Wait, as a bonus action, the Sword Wraith can make one weapon. If it does so, attack rolls against it have advantage until the start of its next turn. Alright, so I get to make 2 longsword attacks. Not with advantage. Its first attack is not successful. That's the bonus action. Fury attack. Its regular attack comes for a 24.
Ouch. Badger, take it.
Alright, so it does 14 slashing plus 4 necrotic as the sword cuts through your flesh. And the wound tends to fester and boil. Alright, we start round 4. Dahak, it is your turn.
I'm still in range to the Sword Wraith at Twitch. So I'm going to do a normal short bow with my advantage roll.
Alright, taking aim at the single, very thin thread. You still have advantage?
Yeah, I'll always have advantage.
Oh, yeah, you do. You do. Because he did the reckless attack anyway. So, yeah. 26 hits.
So that would be 8 points.
Which is 4 total, and it has 2 left. So, your arrow pierces the small thread that embodies the spirit as it dissipates. And, Twitch, what's your passive perception?
I believe it's 9.
Okay, you would not notice the small gemstone that falls on the ground in front of you then.
So having seen that one fall down, I take aim across the ravine. I can reach Grim.
And he is your hunter's mark.
Yeah, and he is my hunter's mark. So I'm going to go with a normal short bow, having learned of my misses from the first round.
Good luck. Oh, Jesus!
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Do I also roll crit on sneak attack and hunter's mark?
That's correct. So actually, the way crits work, just like in Mark's games, what I would need you to do, well, hit your damage.
I've got the crit as 6 on there.
And that's what it should be, because you always get 6 plus your damage. So that first roll is correct.
Oh yeah, sneak attack won't hit on this one, correct.
Yeah, you can't use sneak attack, but you can. So I need to roll, and then, well, never mind. Yeah, you don't need to roll anymore. You rolled a perfect, all 6s, because your crit damage is always the max of the die.
Right,
so that
right.
and all the dice you rolled were 6s. So that's 1, 2. 6 and 9 is 15 plus 12. 15 plus 12 is 27, right? So
27 off my 27.
Yeah, so you did a total of 13 points of damage to him. That's a really good hit for you. Alright, he took the damage. He doesn't like that archer being across the ravine.
I am gonna stay over here.
Alright, Drepix, it is your turn. You saw as your thunder nearly obliterated the wraith in front of you. It just took a nick from one of Dahak's arrows to finish it off.
So I move to like the starting part of the bridge, and I'm kind of like gauging.
Yep, as you do that, the bridge starts to kind of waver back and forth, and it feels really unsteady. So I need an acrobatics check. for you to continue any movement across the bridge.
Oh, sorry, I forgot I had that.
Well, I'll use the 17. That's high enough. So yeah, you can take your turn as normal, but just the flavor text is that as you're crossing this bridge, it's wavering back and forth and kind of swinging, and ropes are snapping. It's not a very sturdy bridge, but you make it across just fine without breaking it.
So I actually just stopped right there. I kind of have my finger in the air as I'm like kind of feeling the wind and gauging everything, and then I kind of nod. Yeah, far enough. My eye will begin to glow green, and I will chuck a ball of acid at Grim. And he attacked recklessly too, right?
Actually, no, I didn't attack on my last turn, so you don't have advantage. David, you shouldn't have had advantage. Crap. Well, I'll leave it for this round.
Why wouldn't
Because he didn't attack recklessly on his last turn. He smacked the sword wraith and landed next to Tarar.
Won't matter much.
Oh wait, you have advantage because of pack tactics.
Yeah.
And you have an ally next to it. Never mind. So Doug, you don't have advantage.
It's a dex save anyways, as I chuck this acid.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I will do a dex save for Grim. 60 feet. Okay. Excuse me, sorry.
Bless you.
That'll be a 4. So, you see that your acid hits him, but he kind of brushes most of it off with nary a grimace at all.
Interesting.
It seemed to have affected him a bit, but not as much as you had hoped.
Okay, I'm going to use my cunning action to dash across the bridge and stop on the left of it.
What's your movement speed? Wait, no, that's not okay. So get back on the bridge from there.
Did we just watch Drepik jump off the bridge?
Yeah, basically Drepix was leaping down off the... Okay, so David was helpful and drew these things for me. I forgot to put the feet in there because I just started with my talk, my summary. The top portion is ground level with the bridge. This portion here is about 10 feet down from the ground. This is about 30 feet down from the ground. And this ledge is 50 feet down. This here corresponds to the 10 feet. And this one is 50 feet. This one and this one meet up.
Okay, so I actually held my ground right where I was.
Okay. Thank you for putting the feet in there, guys. If you had jumped where you were going, you would have had to have jumped down 30 feet to that ledge below. And basically, when David drew those lines for me, I thought it would be more helpful to have what I wanted to represent was that there's kind of like it's not insta-death if you fall. You might get lucky and land on one of these ledges. So Drepix, you don't move forward at all. You stay back there after you fling your acid.
I probably just take a step back, but yeah, I don't go forward.
Okay.
I don't go forward.
All right. So because you moved onto the bridge and gave me your acrobatics check and then moved off again, to move on the bridge again, I would need another acrobatics check.
Okay.
All right, this is the sword wraith that was smacked in the face by Grim. So he is going to fly down. And land in front of Tarar. And he is going to use his action to whack the other... Oh, wait. Wait, where was I? I was here. I'm going to fly over to this one, whack it with my sword, and then land here in front of you, Tarar. So he's going to use his action to do that, so he does not get to attack you. Basically, that looks like they're just trying to gather their forces and surround you. Starla, it is your turn.
Okay, I think I'm gonna basically double move to get to the others.
Alright, so I need an acrobat. Actually, no, not from you, because you're sticky. There's no way you can fall off the bridge, so you can move just fine. It is kind of strange, because it's literally like a spider crossing a bit of a thick spider web, because you are larger than the rope bridge. You are crawling across it like a spider on a web.
Okay, I will double move to get to there, and that will be the end.
Alright, so crawling off the bridge, the giant spider. You could actually move up one square if you want to be adjacent to Tarar, because that sword wraith is 10 feet above you. That would force it to not be able to land in that square because it's occupied. If you want, you don't have to.
I will stay here.
Okay, fair enough. Ikreg is still dead. Grim gets a full round of actions this time. So, he is angry. He is furious, and Tarar has burnt him with his wrath. So, sensing a fellow barbarian, but this one bent or serving evil instead of good, he is going to unleash his fury upon Tarar. So he is going to use his Martial Fury, so I can make one weapon attack as a bonus action, and then I have multi-attack, so I get to make 3 attacks with advantage against. And this, although only the word grim comes out of his mouth, this feels like a roar that shakes the mountains above you, Tarar. It's rather impressive.
I ain't scared. That hits.
Alright, so it does 10 slashing and 5 necrotic, so 15 total. If you resist any of that, go ahead and apply it. And that's his fury. Let me go ahead and put the heart on him, and then I'll give you 2 more attacks.
Hit.
Alright, so another total of, what's that, 17 plus 10 is 27, plus 9 is 36.
Okay.
Alright, so you see Tarar taking a beating from Grim. This sword wraith is still turned, and nobody had a chance to hit it. It flies 60 feet away. So you see it kind of the mountain, the bridge. That's 30 feet, so I'm going to put him 60 feet in the air, 30 feet off map. Alright, this one is going to land right where he is and turn around and attack the spider. granting you advantage as it uses the full fury of its wrath. Shit. Mark, I did that wrong. Hold on. All of my first dice would have hit you anyway, but the Martial Fury does not give them advantage, I don't think, unless Grimm's does. Let me check Grimm. No, it does not grant them advantage. It just gives them the ability to attack again as a bonus action. And grants you advantage.
It's all good. Rather me than one of the
yeah, so I would have rolled the 25, 22, and 22, but yeah, I'll remember that I don't get advantage for my attacks. I just get the extra attack.
I don't know how you hit me last time you did advantage.
We would have to scroll back and look. I don't know if I did use advantage or not.
You did. He was reckless on me, but it's okay.
$20.03 you'll hit.
Wow, I'm on fire. All right, so that would be a total of 22 plus 7 is 29 total damage.
I think my buck skin goes away.
Oh, right, because you took the damage. Yep. Okay, so your AC changes to whatever a spider's AC is.
And so 21 would hit as well. Either way, it would have hit.
All right, so it's a total of that 20, 21 plus 8, 29 damage.
That was exactly what I had
for the spider. All right,
Yep.
So he hits you, and the spider just kind of morphs away and start. Or I don't know how you describe your transformation into beast form, but he knocks away the form of the beast. And do you end up in that square?
I will end up in this square, yes.
Okay, I'm going to give Tarar a freebie. It's going to use its movement to approach you threateningly and leaving Tarar's reach.
And he used his bonus action?
The enemy?
Yeah, did he use his bonus action martial advantage?
He did. Yeah, so you have advantage. He used it on Starla. That will hit him. Alright. He takes 5 damage. And it is now your turn, Tarar.
Let me double check something before I do something stupid. Okay, I'm going to stay where I'm at. I'm going to make 2 attacks on Grim. Ugh. 24. You broke up on me.
Alright, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I scrolled back into the chat, and the attack rolls I made against you were not advantage, but they were 24 and 20.
Oh, okay. You didn't have to do that.
I just wanted to double check to see if I was playing them wrong the whole time.
I assume 12 doesn't hit him.
A 12 is not a hit.
Okay, so 9 half to 4, and then all 3 of these Grim and the 2 Sword Wraiths are going to take, I guess, 1 point of fire, since they're resistant.
Yeah.
It's a
So the
10
way
fire.
I'll add the damage you do with fire to your piercing against the one creature that you're hitting. So 9 plus 3 is 12, right? So Grim, I assume, is the one you hit. He'll take 6 points of damage.
Okay, and then the 2 sword wraiths also take it because it's an aura around me. So they'll take. If they're resistant, then they'll have 1.
And that's what happens.
That's,
and how big is your aura? Is it 10 feet?
It's 10 feet.
Okay, I just want to make sure because the other wraith did move away from you, but I didn't know how big your aura was.
Yeah, that's why I had to double check to make sure that I didn't move 5 feet over and burn Scarlet.
You can put a little red aura on your token if you want, or some kind of aura to represent when you're raging if you'd like. So we can all kind of see the heat radiating off of you. All right, Surikith, it's your turn. Come save the day.
Okay. Actually, I want to make a point. I can't actually see any of my party members' health. Except for mine. But I'm going to move 30 feet to get to here. And then, can I see Grim from here? Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on, I'm checking the health bar because you brought up a problem.
At least for a healer, it is a problem.
Can you see Drepix's now?
Yeah, I can see Drepix now.
Okay, I'll go through and modify them all, make sure they're all visible. No, I want you guys to be able to see each other's health bars. I just don't want you to see the numbers on the monster's health bars.
No,
I only want you to see the green. But I don't care if you see the numbers on your own.
Can I see Grim from where I'm standing now?
I believe you can. Can you not see him on the map?
No, I can see him on the map, but I thought you changed something in before. There was only a certain distance we could see.
We're fighting
No,
in the dark.
I mean,
so
it's dark out, so you have your dark vision, but it's 60 feet. I think if you're within 60 feet of him, you can see him just fine.
Yeah, I'm 60 feet. Okay, so I reach out my hand, and I call forth a skeletal hand to go touch him, basically, and try to hurt him.
Alright, you have advantage on the attack. A 13, however, does not strike him as he dodges away from the skeletal hand, batting it away almost as if he's indifferent to it like a fly.
Then I move that there, and I'll try a spiritual weapon.
Alright, so you can move 20 feet, and as a bonus action, you attack with it. A 19 does hit. So the force of the spiritual weapon strikes Grim, and strikes him. It strikes him fully. He can't resist that.
Nine damage. So my bladed whip lashes out at him. Obey your betters. Yeah, that's it for me for now. Yeah, I can't see your health yet, Twitch.
Alright, everybody's health bars should now be visible to all players. You're welcome, player. Alright, it is Twitch's turn. As Surikith unleashed righteous, or non-righteous, as it were, fury against Grim.
So Twitch is a little disappointed that nobody cares that he's still alive.
They're all like, damn it, now we have to give him his share.
Great, it's him. So he's going to point to his two weasels, which he has named Morsel and Appetizer. And he's going to say, Go! Line them up for me. And the two weasels are going to dash across to get in range of Grip.
Okay.
And I picture they're both running along the rails, the rope railing of the bridge.
Yeah, so since the weasels are tiny, I don't need an acrobatics check for their movement across the bridge. They don't affect the bridge as they run across. They're like squirrels. The badger and you would need to give me an acrobatics check, though, to cross the bridge.
I will then ride my badger over here.
Oh, in that case, I only need an acrobatics check from the badger. Oh, if you cross the bridge. I don't know if you're doing that. Oh, you're not crossing the bridge. Okay, you're just going there. Train the badger. Nice. Yeah, I remember playing that game.
What can I do? Well, since I'm going to make sure that nobody can't ignore me, so I am going to cast Lightning Bolt at Grip.
That Grim? Okay. Yeah, a 5-foot wide bolt of lightning streaks across the ravine, lighting up the sky and blinding everybody for a split second as Grim takes the brunt of the lightning, probably right in his chest. Oh,
Nice roll.
God damn, dude. You guys better be thanking your lucky stars Twitch didn't die. Oh my god, I can't believe I saved. Okay. So 32 and a half is 16, right? So I take 16 points of lightning damage. Normally I resist that, but this is Twitch's lightning, and I think you overcome my resistance. So I will take all 16 points of that damage.
Man, I am so glad I chose Elemental Adept.
That is a huge hit off of Grim. He is very angry. And yeah, I'm a little disappointed in my group not role-playing Twitch's arrival like he came out and just whipped that thing with lightning, and you guys all thought he was dead. Twitch gave you guys a perfect setup and nobody reacted at all.
I said, "Oh, you're alive!" Yeah.
I can't see him from this far away. He's beyond my sight, according to what you told us earlier. So.
True. If he's more than 60 feet away from you, then it's appropriate to not respond to Twitch's awesome arrival. But
I could click at him.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I would reward inspiration points for. Is a player setting up an awesome role play and players responding to that in character would immediately be an inspiration point for all those involved in that kind of role play. That's what I like to see. So FY to the eye.
I've been hitting on Surakith relentlessly, and I haven't gotten an inspiration point yet.
Yeah, and you know why? Because Surakith is not responding in kind. So that role play is falling flat because Chris is not playing along with.
Because she's not interested.
But you need to role play your disinterest and make it entertaining, and then I'll give you guys inspiration. Anyway, Twitch, you fired off a lightning bolt, and Grim took the hit in the chest.
Oh, and every time he, along with the Witch Bolt, when he casts his lightning bolt, all the hair on the badger stood up.
I love it. That poor badger is probably terrified, having dug you to the top of a mountain and then getting lightly shocked as you ride around.
Well, Twitch is probably like, you should see the last animals I summoned.
Nice. Yeah, that's true. You used him as a pillow at the bottom of a fall. So, Hawk, it is your turn.
You happy?
You are safely across the ravine. Danger seems to be a faraway neighbor for you right now as you casually launch arrows across the ravine. Remember, if it's more than 60 feet, you can't see your target, so make sure you measure for it. So technically, Dahak, I think you were out of visual range of Grim on your last turn, but I'll allow it since you got a crit. But in this case, you need to move within 60 feet to strike something, or you can't just because of your line of sight. It's dark.
Yeah. No, I'll move up.
Yeah, put him right there at the edge of the ravine so I can kick him off with a Sparta kick with one of these wraiths that will fly across the ravine. I'm playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and every time I see an enemy next to a cliff, regardless of whether I need to kill that person or not, I run up and Sparta kick him off the fucking cliff just because it's so awesome.
Sorry, I was on mute. Oh, shit. I don't want to do that. Okay, I'm at 60 now. I am going to keep with the advantage because of pack tactics without sharpshooter to ensure the hit. Here you go. Hey, look, another crit.
Jesus Christ. All right, so what I want you to do is roll. He's your hunter's mark too, and you get sneak attack on that. So roll. Let's see, it's 6 times 3 is 18, plus your 3 is 21. You would roll 3d6 plus 21.
Three d6 plus 1.
Perfect. Jesus, that's 5 6s and a 1. So he will take 17 points of damage from your strike, which I think makes you the hardest hitter. Because he took 16 from the lightning bolt, and that was the previous hardest hit.
And that was my first arrow. Here comes the second. Oh!
A 13 will miss. He dodges the second arrow. But the first strike was directly in his chest. The thin strand of soul shimmers brightly for a moment as he recoils from that first strike. As you moved closer to get a nice clean shot.
And I will stay here. I'm 60 feet away, and 2 arrows.
Thanks for that, Starla. I'm having Scott Pilgrim visuals in my head now. New high score. Drepix, it is your turn.
Roll it my acrobatics if I can get across.
Yep. That is definitely high enough. You are fine. The bridge sways and creaks, but you make it across, or you can move across as normal. Come on, I need some of you to fail this acrobatics check, please.
Well, don't worry, that'll be me.
DM whisper, hush, hush. Somebody fail the acrobatics check, please.
Can we just choose to be more careful and go slower across the bridge?
Are you not satisfied with just killing me?
No. It's not going to kill you. It's a movie set moment.
Oh, okay.
Come on. I put a rope bridge across a ravine with enemies fighting a fight. That doesn't conjure up any images of something you may have seen sometime in your youth.
Well, yeah, he can try cutting the bridge, but he's kind of busy right now.
No. I'm not going to borrow exactly. I'm just the image of the bridge snapping and people holding on and the bridge falling and having to climb up. Yeah, that seems more fun, doesn't it? So go ahead, Chris. Fail your acrobatics check. No, Drepix, you moved. Go ahead.
So I stopped there, kind of realizing how big he actually is. But I am still...
He does stand almost 9 feet tall.
I'm going to acid splash him still, but I have plans for him afterwards.
Nice, okay. So I will give you my dexterity save to try to dodge out of the way of your acid bubble. Holy shit! You know, I only get a +2 to Dex, so I'm rolling pretty good on this one. Dex is not Grimm's or Kakoa's strong suit. That's not how David built him.
So as he sees him dodge the acid altogether, he's like, his reflexes are pretty good.
Yeah, in answer to your question, how are your reflexes? Not bad. Grim! Alright, does that end your turn, Drepix?
Yeah, because I had to dash.
To get across.
Alright, yeah, get a turn. This Sword Wraith is going to attack Tarar with advantage. Or not with advantage, as he's going to double attack and grant advantage. Oh, and a crit fail. So he is now going to grant advantage for like 2.
How come you rolled 4 times?
It's because I'm holding down Alt to do push to talk. Every once in a while, if I click the mouse while the Alt button is held down, it rolls like a million times.
Okay,
So I need to now look for another button that does push to talk besides Alt. Where's that, Tilda? Where is that key? I'm not seeing it.
It's underneath escape.
Ooh. I never used that key. That's brilliant. I like it. Okay, I will change it to that.
So Ken, just as a heads up, since I misread something, I was thinking they had to be right next to each other, but they just have to have no more than 5 feet in between each other. I can target 2 with the acid splash.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I will use this key and hopefully it doesn't affect anything else in roll 20. Yes, you can target 2, but you didn't target 2. So
It's just like
you have to tell me.
For our future.
Yeah, you can if they're within 5 feet of each other. So, Mark, I rolled an 11 and a 7. Both of those miss you.
Yes.
My turn is now over. Starla, it is your turn. You have a sword wraith that has approached you, attacked you with furious rage, and now you're circling around it.
I'm gonna scooch over there so I can't get Spartan kicked off.
Nice. Okay.
I am then gonna healing word Tarar at 3rd level, and it's kind of like in a poem, like the wilting flower needs revitalizing, or something.
The bitch called me a wilting flower.
So 10 points of healing.
Oh, sorry. 2 Tarar. Tarar, you get 10 points.
So that was a bonus action, and then as my normal action, I'm going to poison spray the one in front of me. So I hold out my hand and throw little drops of poison in his face. Oh, he saved, so he doesn't take any, I don't believe.
Yep, he dodges out of the way of your puff of noxious... Oh, well, wait a minute. Okay, there is only one drawback to using this key and I just realized it. I always mouse focus in the chat box, and I realized that I had about 17 lines of Tilda's drawing in the chat box when I turned around and looked. So I just had to delete that real quick and not focus in the chat box. All right, Starless. So yeah, it dodged your puff of noxious gas.
Okay, that would be my turn.
Ikreg, you are still dead. I believe this is 3 full rounds of dead.
Is it 4?
It might be 4.
This is 3.
I think we're getting ready to start your 4th round of dead, so I think we're just passing 3.
Okay, did we not end last session with me 1 through round with dead?
I think you died that... yeah, I guess that was... You're right, because you died that round. That would be your first round of dead.
Yeah, so I think this is 4.
This is 4. Okay. So, starting round 5 of your... So you're halfway, fully dead. It is Grimm's turn. Grimm is going to continue his assault on Terrar.
Hit. Hit. Ooh, that was a bad one. Hit.
Shit. Okay. Hold on. I gotta
Let me
figure
calculate
out
the other stuff first, please, before you do that.
Yeah.
Okay, calculate the crit stuff now. I have 7 hit points left at least, so.
Oh, well, the crit stuff is going to drop you then, because he rolls 1d12 plus 5 normally and 2d8 necrotic. So that would be 16 plus 12 plus 5, which is 21 plus 12 is 33, plus d12 and 2d8.
Okay,
So-
if you somehow get to 68, I'm dead, so.
God damn it. You take a total of 47 points of damage. That is a critical smite. So the 2 hits bring you near to death, and in his final furious rage, he cleaves you right into the chest with his great axe, and you guys see the spiritual incandescent weapon just penetrate Terrar's chest, seeming to if it was a full-on battle axe like made of real steel, it would have just cleaved him in half. The blade sinks into him like, the scene with Thanos and Thor, and Terrar goes to the ground. He then moves over to Drepix. Terrar, I am on purpose moving away from you, not to have mercy, but because I crit on you for my final attack. The way I'm imagining it is Grimm does think you're dead. He does not think you're coming back from that attack. So, to you, Connor, I'm not being especially merciful to Mark over you. That's just how I'm rolling with the role play in my mind.
But didn't he finish all his attacks anyway? No, he's a
I did, but I could stand there and attack Terrar on my next turn too. But I'm role playing it that I cleaved him right through the chest, so I think he's dead and gone. But yes, you're right. I didn't have another attack to down him anyway. This one is going to double move, so he would be now 90 feet off the map. I think he's pretty much out of initiative. He's got Starla, I think this is, or Starla, Surkith, I think this is the third round after your turn. So assuming this Wraith doesn't take damage, he's going to move another 210 feet away. I'm going to take him out of initiative. Nobody stopped him, so he's not going to come back.
Well, they kind of sucky if he was here right now, so.
Yeah, so with your turn, I mean, effectively you got rid of one without having to damage it. So that's pretty cool. That's a good use of an ability. This Sword Wraith is going to continue his assault on Starla.
Yep.
That's 33 total points of damage.
What do you know? That's my exact hit point amount.
Damn it. These guys are ferocious. I'm rolling pretty well, though, to be fair. I mean, these guys only get +6 to hit, so I'm rolling... That's a 19 and a 15. Yeah, I should be hitting on those rolls. Alright, so I dropped Starla to 0. I'm a little concerned that I might TPK the party. I don't know. We'll see. Dahak is going to be the only one standing over there with Surkith just launching attacks from across the bridge.
You will never kill Twitch.
Tarar, I forgot about Twitch. He's fine too.
I stand up like the fucking Undertaker.
Damn! I love it.
Don't stop me.
That's amazing.
And Grim just howls in rage. Grim! Because he thought he had fucking killed you, and you just stand up.
Pussy ghost can't kill me.
Alright, well. He moved away. So I'm going to stand up, half of my movement, bonus action rage. And I feel the coldness of this one right on me as my fire begins to grow. And I'm just going to attack him twice with advantage.
Alright. But yeah, to be fair, Ikreg is right. Grim would be like, I am going to hack that guy to bits before I walk away from him anymore. The 15... Hold on, that might actually... Shit, no, sorry.
15 miss?
But the crit definitely hits.
Okay, so that's 21. And no fire damage, as I can catch Starla in my peripheral.
Alright, your Morning Star passes through him. The thread of soul flashes for but a moment.
I am just a bloody wreck.
Yep.
I think my eyeball
stood
like
up
one of my eyeballs is hanging down by my cheek.
I love it. Alright, Surkith, it's your turn. You see your allies pushing against the odds.
I had something crazy I wanted to try, but I don't know if it's too risky. Because this Wraith is still up.
I don't know. Go big or go home, man.
Yeah. I'm gonna try crossing the bridge, see how it goes.
Alright, so give me an acrobatics check. And if you succeed, you just manage to make it across. You can take your turn as normal.
Sorry, I don't know why
So that's a 7.
Yeah.
So the bridge becomes difficult terrain. So you can still move across the bridge, but it's difficult terrain as more ropes begin to snap. And I need you to roll a d10 for me, please, if you intend to move across the bridge when you feel it start to snap.
No, I stopped. I'm not gonna. My plan falls apart if I can't get across. Sorry, Tarar.
It's not that you wouldn't get across.
No, I can't. I needed to get 30. I need to have my action. My whole plan fails.
All right. Well, you can. So, are you going to move half your speed out and half your? Because you're still moving.
I just stopped.
The bridge doesn't start to snap here. The bridge starts to snap in the middle.
I go there and I stop back.
It doesn't warn you until you get at least there.
Where?
otherwise it's kind of metagamey, right? I want you to move your movement speed, but you have to move half your movement speed because it's difficult terrain.
Okay, then that's there.
So move 15 feet. At that point, you would feel the bridge start to sway uncontrollably, and the ropes begin to uncurl and snap.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop.
And then I need a D10 roll. The acrobatics check makes the bridge regular or difficult terrain. If you fail the acrobatics check, it takes hit points and damage as you cross the bridge. You roll a d10, the bridge has 10 hit points. So you stomp down hard and the ropes just completely snap. So I need a dexterity saving throw from you. That's a success. So you hang on to the bridge, but you are now 5, 10, 15 feet down, hanging on to the bridge. So the bridge snaps in half, you guys. The bridge is no longer there. That's not a means across the ravine now.
At least our range guys are the only ones on the other side.
And Surikith is hanging on to the bridge 15 feet down. You still have an action, and you still have line of sight to them, Surikith, if you want. That was just your movement. So you can still make some awesome...
I can't reach
the way you can
I
imagine
wanted
it
to
is
do.
you wrap your arm around the bridge as you feel it snap. The bridge snaps, and you're hanging on to the bridge, very Indiana Jones style. You can still do something if you want. It doesn't take your action to do this.
I'm going to hold my action in case something comes near me to try. If a ray turns near me to turn it, and I'm going to do a bonus healing word on Starla.
Okay, so you're readying your action to
Turn an undead if it comes after me.
turn an undead if it reaches your range.
Yes.
Oh, you're all...
I'm out of range right around of everything.
You're also there because the bridge doesn't exist. So you're hanging on to the bridge 15 feet.
I'm not hanging on the other side?
No, because you didn't make it over halfway across the bridge.
Bridge snaps on me. I can't grab the side that goes towards that side.
The bridge snapped in the middle.
You said snap where I stepped.
No, it starts to snap when you moved your movement speed.
Oh, sorry, Craig. I guess you're dead.
So yes, thank you. That's where the bridge snapped, right in the middle, and you were only 15 feet up, so you were here. So that then you end up on this part of the bridge, 15 feet down. So there's still a little bit of bridge below you. All right.
Did I even reach Star Wars?
Are you 60 feet away?
It says 50 right now.
Yeah, you're fine.
I thought I was hanging 15 feet down.
Yeah, you can still see her. She's up on the top of the cliff, but you're only 15 feet down, so you
Okay,
can see
never
her.
mind. I'm not going to do the hold action then. I'm going to do a guiding bolt on Grim.
Oh, you're not going to heal Starla.
No, I'm bonus heal Starla. I'm going to use.
Well, okay, but you can't cast Guiding Bolt because Guiding Bolt's a spell slot, and so is Healing Word. You can only cast a cantrip.
Okay, I'll chill touch Grim,
Okay.
and I'll use
So,
bonus heal.
so Starla, go ahead and heal Starla first, and then give me a chill touch on Grim. And you have advantage against Grim.
Okay, 1 second.
You're not restrained. You would be considered grappled, but you're grappling it yourself. You're holding on to the bridge.
The Death Cleric's chill touch can target two.
They're not close enough.
Yeah, they are. It's the same as mine. They
It
have
says
a
5 feet of each other.
Yeah, they have that 5 feet in between. You can target that one. That was the mistake I made.
No, that Wraith is 10 feet away from Grim.
It says they have to be within
Takes
5
10
feet of each other.
takes 10 feet of
I can't-
movement.
Yeah, I can't
It
do
takes
that.
10 feet of movement to go from Grim Square to the Wraith Square, Doug. 5 feet away is melee. That's melee is 5 feet. That's adjacent.
Okay, so does she get like 10 back? Is that how that works? 4 and
Yes.
6?
Starla gets 10 health, and then you can give me your chill touch attack with advantage against Grim. 21 does hit him.
Oh, yay. A 1 and a 6. Is he resistant or immune to necrotic?
Oh. He is immune, so your chill touch does not affect him.
Okay.
The hand grasps him around his throat, and he just pulls it off. Dissipates.
Okay, now I'm done.
But you are aware now that he is immune to necrotic damage. Alright, Twitch saved the day.
Well, save the day. So, my 2 weasels will right now use the help action.
I'm looking for where they are. Oh, there they are. One's next to Grim, and one is next to the Sword Wraith. Okay, so that's going to give them advantage, which they both are granting, but that's cool.
I'm going to hop off my badger.
That's half your movement.
I will use a bonus action to tell the badger I go, and I will point to Drepix. Badger is going.
Sorry, you cut out at Badger is going to, and then I didn't hear what the rest of what you said.
Badger is double moving, and Drepix, you see this badger lumber up to you, and as soon as it gets to you, it just like collapses. And on its back is your extra quiver and 15 arrows.
Nice!
That's Dahak, but very nice. Yes, not Drepix. But yeah, good roleplay. I love it. Okay, so the Badger just brings you your stuff, man.
The hawk screams out in joy.
That little kobold is one happy camper now.
You also, he has strips of your mount on them, and it looks like they have been chewed.
You see some lizard skin hanging off the Badger's pack, or the Badger's whatever it's got on its back, and they have teeth marks in it.
It's like lizard jerky.
And then, using his weasel's advantage, Twitch is going to use a distance. He's going to use a sorcery point to distance spell Witch Bolt all the way across to that sword wraith next to.
Starla?
Starla.
I love it. Okay, so
I would like to. I don't think that's enough.
no, a 14, unfortunately.
And I can't bend my own rock with somebody else's.
All right, so you use some sorcery points to throw a really long electric whip across the ravine, but you've never attempted this before, and the accuracy has a little to be desired.
And no wild magic.
The Hawk, you have a new, 4 more rounds till Ikreg is dead.
Well, I'm not nervous of running out of arrows now. So I'm going to pull back and let 2 fly. Let me just double check my distance again. Okay. And without the sharpshooter, just doing regular advantage. 14.
14 is a miss.
And a crit.
Jesus! You do this every turn, David. Every turn.
So what did we figure out last time? 3d6 plus 21. You ready?
I'm ready. Wait! Yeah, never mind. That's right. I was just double checking that you still have an ally next to him. 32 points of damage is 16.
God, I'd be doing amazing if I had a magic bow.
Yeah, not to mention, altogether your damage against Grim is the most. I mean, you're killing him. And I think it's appropriate that you kill Grim because, you know, he's your character.
David is crying internally right now.
Yes, that was the point.
And that would be the end.
Alright, so Dahak, happy that some extra arrows have been returned to him, takes a warning shot to warn Grim of the impending doom, and then the second arrow strikes him straight in the chest, causing him to flicker and nearly fade away. Drepix, it is your turn. The creature known as Grim, the legendary good spirit that roams the land of song, is closing upon you.
Oh, you're pretty big. Let's get you down to my size. I'm gonna stab at his chest with my booming energy shrouding my rapier. Oh no, I missed. So realizing I missed, I'm going to...
Hold on, Weasel. Oh wait, never mind. Forget I said any.
I'm going to disengage, and after I disengage, I'll then use my normal movement to make him run to me if he's going to. Can't hear you at all, Ken, if you're talking, but that's my turn.
Okay, no, I was listening to you. It's just you were there last night too, so you know. My son called me again to tell me about today, and I told him I couldn't answer the phone, so I just had to text him back and tell him I can't talk. Last night I was a player, but tonight I'm the DM, son. I can't talk to you tonight. All right, so you attacked him with your booming blade, missed, and then disengaged and moved away. Wow, you moved far away.
Yeah, I'm making him run.
Okay. You moved in a direction where he'll just have to down Tarar on his way to get to you, so that's perfect. If you wanted him to run away from your allies, you would have.
He already declared that he was going to attack me because I stood back up.
Yeah, but I was thinking that if I might have chased Drepix if he ran away and come back for you, but Drepix ran towards you anyway, so I can take 3 attacks. I'll just drop you on the way to getting to Drepix. But anyway, that's a good turn. This Sword Wraith is going to attack Tarar, I guess, because that's who's next to him.
Let's do it. $25 hits, that downs me. The 9 misses.
Alright, so he attacks you once, dropping you, and tries to hack at you again while you're on the ground, and misses. I'm not going to go ahead and re-roll that with advantage. I'm just saying he hacked at you while you were falling, and missed you as you were on your way down. And then he turns to Drepix, and he is going to move towards you, 30 feet. Starla, it is your turn.
22 hit the sword wraith?
It does. What is... Oh! Were you adjacent to the... You...
Does the weasel have a 10-foot reach?
No, the weasel is in the sword... Was the weasel there?
I thought the sword wraith was closer.
No, the sword wraith was next to Terrar, and the weasel was in this sword wraith square, which is fine because you're tiny. The weasels can occupy the space of another creature. That's why I made them really small.
Okay, I thought it was.
You would have hit the sword wraith with that 22, doing 1 point of piercing damage. But Starla, it is your turn.
Alright, we're gonna conjure animals, giant constrictor snake behind Grim, and then I'm going to bonus action transform into a snake myself. And I'm just gonna try and tank over here till you guys can figure a way to get here.
Holy cow, I love it. Okay, do you have a giant constrictor snake token, or do I need to make one for you?
You haven't made one yet.
Alright, let me go ahead and make one for... I'm gonna make one for you, and then I'll just copy and paste it twice. And then I'll give you control so you can modify one to be your summoned one and one to be you.
Oh, that thing's huge. Maybe you should move in front of like Terrar so he doesn't come after Terrar and attacks you.
Sorry. Oh damn!
You might want to move in front of Terrar so he doesn't hack Terrar to pieces.
Starla, that's a lot of hit points for your constrictor snake. Why does it say 58?
I think it's saying 58 can crit on some of the roll in there, but that's still less than its base.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't know why it's green. I think it would be green if it was all 12s. Alright, so you can legit tank frickin' druids. So you used an action to summon a creature, and then your bonus action to transform. Okay.
Yes. Yes. The 15 is the other snake's initiative.
Okay, so let me resort initiative, and then I will remember I'm on Starla's turn.
Alright, now it's an initiative. When I did it before, I hadn't had the token yet.
Okay, well, it's going to go right after you. So you took your turn, and I'll make it the snake's turn.
It will try and constrict Grim, because that's what I like to do.
That's awesome. You have advantage to try and constrict.
And I still can't roll very.
You're rolling low and you're rolling high.
Unfortunately, a 12 will not hit him, but you did effectively keep Grim from chasing after both Terrar and Drepix. Because I can't
made
move
the Great
through.
Wall of Snake.
You did. You guys see these giant, I mean, these snakes are 15 feet tall, a good 6 feet wide at its widest point across its body. Yeah, they're massive snakes. Rise up on the other side of the bridge.
I could swallow it, Craig, whole.
Grim is going to howl out in rage and attack the constrictor snake in front of him 3 times.
Okay, all hits.
I'm glad the snake is eating that crit.
So is that total damage or just for the crit?
That's just the crit, and now I can just click the button for the other 2. So 50 plus 20 is 70. 83 plus 9 is 92 points of damage.
So I think the first 2 attacks would kill it, but if you just want to use up all 3 of them.
Oh yeah, no, I'll use up all 3. He just howls in rage at this giant snake that was summoned before him, and then with this great spiritual axe, he just hacks it to bits.
How much total damage did he just do?
I think 93. 90. I did 50 plus 20 is 70. 83 plus 90.
Straight through my health, almost.
I have 51 hit points total.
Well, 92 is not enough to outright kill any of you, so Grim is a weakling.
He killed one of us, and then another one. Next round, killed them. Next round, killed them.
Yeah. Imagine if I had gotten 2 crits. If I got 3 crits, I could do up to like 150 plus points of damage. That's amazing. Go Grim. He's a legendary creature, man. But let me see. I need to zoom in so I can see his health, because I have to play him smart.
You would have killed Twitch outright.
That's why Twitch over here.
Alright, I zoomed in. I've got his plan. He is going to move towards Drepix, because Drepix ran away from him.
Where is Drepix? I'm like, it was way over there.
Grim has a fly speed of 60 feet. So he is going to launch himself 5 feet in the...
He's gonna go bask me. I'll take an opportunity attack.
I am going to pass you within reach, because your reach is long. I think it's at least 10 feet, right?
10 feet.
Oh my goodness, the weasels are
I'm going to be
too.
within 10 feet of you. I'm 5 feet in the air, but that's only like up to the middle of your body. So you can lash out and make your opportunity attack. 17? Grim's AC is 18. Sorry, you missed by 1.
But the weasel hits.
Oh shit, the weasel does hit. Okay. So as he flies away from the weasel takes a bite out of his spiritual leg, and the giant constrictor, and he just dodges out of the way as he's flying through the air. And then he's actually going to be 5 feet in the air, Drepic, so he's still adjacent to you, but just imagine him like hovering over your head with his axe raised up.
I'm just trying to imagine if the weasel had actually killed him if he had 1 hit point left.
No, I took the 1 point off from the weasel. That is his full action. He hacked up the summoned snake, and then flew 50 feet away, trying to dodge attacks and get to Drepix, who ran. This sword wraith is standing next to Starla in snake form, and he's going to. He was attacking the druid, and now suddenly there's a giant snake, but he's going to continue attacking this giant snake.
That's gonna miss. That's gonna miss.
Not a very good wraith. He takes 2 swings at the body of the snake that appeared in the druid's square, and he seems a little taken aback by the huge monstrosity, and cannot find purchase with his wraith sword. Surikith, hanging on for dear life onto the bridge.
Can I climb back up?
You
It's
can.
my
You
turn,
climb at
Ted.
half your movement.
Well, we're kind of we're actually both 6s. Do you want me to go first? I would say please let me go first. I'm first in the net.
I don't know. I don't
I've been
remember.
going
who
first
is-
the entire time. Let me roll my death save in case I stand up again. Okay, never mind. That's a failure.
All right, Surikith, go ahead.
Okay, can I climb up?
You climb at half your movement speed, so yes.
Okay, I'm
And
here.
the rope, the bridge itself works like a ladder, so I don't even need an athletics check to do it. You're literally climbing a rope ladder, but it's a ladder.
I'm back on the side then, next to Twitch.
Yep, you are back there.
And I just look at him real quick and say, that first step is a doozy. Watch out for that bridge.
What bridge?
Clearly, dwarves made it or something. Now I'm going to throw a, sorry, my thing freaked out.
You're out of range of me when you climbed up.
Do I have to climb all the way, but can I stay up a little bit? Like, can I stay within range?
No, you broke the bridge. You can't hang off the cliff.
What I'm saying is, if I my character would know this.
You
more
can
than me, I'm sorry.
You can stay hanging on to the bridge.
No, what I'm going to do is,
you want?
as I'm climbing up, I'm going to throw a healing word at him as I finish climbing up. I can do that.
Yes, you can take your action during the middle of your movement. So yes,
Yeah.
that's an allowed thing.
I'm
So
going
you
to
can
throw
healing word in on your
at
way up
Tarar.
the bridge.
Yeah, because my character knows the range and knows I'm climbing. I'm going to
Right.
throw a healing
No,
word
that makes
level 1
sense.
at Tarar. Let me roll it real quick.
So yeah, you get to heal Tarar.
So I throw 7 hit points your way.
Tarar once again waking up from death.
That's all I can do because I don't have anything worthwhile as far as actions are concerned.
Well, then you take the dodge action.
I dodge air.
Yeah. If you're not going to use your action, always dodge. That means if I do get to attack you, I have disadvantage.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep the party from TPKing.
All right, Twitch, it's your turn.
So this weasel is going to take the help action, while this other weasel is going to chase after. It will leap off of Tarar's face. It is going to double move to get in range. Badger is still slumped over next to Dahak. And then Twitch is going to once again attempt to witch.
You're going to do another long distance witch bolt at the sword wraith?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Yes! I was going to tell you, 16 is the magic number. 19 does hit, 14 does not trigger wild magic, but you can roll your damage. Alright, he takes the full 6 from your lightning, and you have him wrapped up with your long-distance lasso. Jumping up and down with glee. Moving bouncing the lasso up and down to make it shock him more. And you guys are seeing Twitch is just caked with dirt. Like, he's got dirt in his ears. His face is all... he burrowed through like 1,000 feet of mountain. So
while he's holding this witch bolt, it's like you see the dirt like start vaporizing off of his skin.
Excellent. Dahak moves forward to keep his prey in sight.
Yes, I'm tracking down Grim. I'm going to go release my 2 trusty arrows. Here we go, folks.
Crit again.
15's a miss. And
Oh my god, David!
Oh my god. Okay. I'm starting to think you hacked the system at this point.
It's the rare double crit.
Do I roll damage twice for a double crit?
I think it's just fate because it is your character you're killing.
Crit. But okay, so 14 more points of damage. That is my trigger.
I think you shouldn't be flying after the other guy across the chasm.
Dahak, does that end your turn?
Let's see, I moved up 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna. You know what? I don't want to be this close to the.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on, David. Pause for 1 quick second. Mark, please explain your brutal critical rule.
It just adds another damage dice for getting a double crit that hardly ever happens.
So, in another damage dice for each type of damage rolled, or for just one more of?
For each type of damage there is. So.
Okay, so it would be 3d6 plus 21 plus 18?
Yes.
Okay, David, we'll add 18 points, which is another 9 to the damage that you did. I like the brutal critical rule because I don't mind rewarding a double crit.
That is nice.
Luckily, we've never had a double crit fail yet, because that also has a special.
What is that one? Upper weapon?
Ooh, yeah, what is that one, Mark? Or are you saving that?
I'm saving that till it happens.
Okay, yeah, don't tell me then. I want to wait. I'm in your campaign, so I want to find out what it is by doing it. In this case, though, David, I get to totally break your heart, because the trigger I had in mind for this particular NPC was that when he got to 10 health or less, on his next turn he would retreat. Your first attack, or the first crit damage roll you made, without adding the brutal critical, took him to below 10, so I was going to have him retreat on his turn, thus surviving in the Land of Song to remain legend. However, he has 7 health remaining. So the 9 points of damage that your brutal critical hit added to your crit is enough to obliterate Grim's soul from the realms. Grim lets out a howl of agony, such that none has heard before in the Land of Song, as his spirit was braver and truer than any hero so far in the land, as he gave his life to save Cordric and the other heroes from the murderous intent of Mogans, the original evil guy in Act 1. But with that howl of Grim, it changes before he finally passes out of existence, and he calls out, Kakoa! And fades into the ether. Finally remembering at the moment of his last death who he truly was.
Beautiful. Can't believe I was
And
wrong.
I can't scroll over far enough to put an X on him, so I put that on him.
Well, we're not done yet, or did the sword wraiths disappear from existence when he died?
As a matter of fact, when he disappears, Drepix, what's your passive perception?
10.
Oh, you don't notice it either. God damn you people, not with the perceptions. A larger gemstone falls from Grimm's spirit, but you don't see it, as the flash of light as the spirit dissipates kind of blinds you for a split second. But yes, the other sword wraiths do vanish out of existence as the controlling spirit can no longer hold them in the prime material plane.
Yeah, sorry, Connor. I don't think I can get over there in time, and we don't have mats anyway. Because no one's noticing them.
I'm going to keep us in initiative, though, for the meaning of if you guys are ingenious enough, you can figure out what to do. There is a way to get to Ikreg in time, but you need to be smarter than Chris assuming that he is right now. Gahawk, is your turn over?
Quick question,
Yeah.
Ken. You said spellcasters get a charge of 1 per spell that uses an item, or if you have chromatic orb, you would have gotten the 50 gold point diamond, one of them, or like a charge. Was that for level 9, or do the spellcasters have 1 charge per still? So would he have at least 1 revivify charge on his prepared spell from what you said, or no?
No, because your level 6 characters, I gave you an amount of money to spend for your equipment. If you did not spend your money on spell components, then you do not have them. For level 9, I just assumed that during the course of the adventure, you would have picked up enough treasure to equal 1 spell component.
Okay, I just wanted to get that out.
If you're a spellcaster and you don't spend your money on your spell components, then that's your fault. Zarak had to spend his fucking money on his spell components, so... so does everyone else. Anyway, Drepix, it's your turn. You saw Kakoa vanish as an arrow struck him right in the center of his soul.
I don't see any more enemies. I would have looted the body, but you said it faded. I kind of kick at the ground around where he faded just to see if he left anything.
Okay, so since you're using your action to search that area, please give me a perception check roll. Excellent! It's a DC 12. I made it pretty low, but that is high enough. You're 16. You wouldn't have advantage, but I'll take the 16. You find a fairly large, shimmering, clear gemstone in the dust at your feet. It is as big as your thumbnail.
Oh. Well, this wasn't a weapon. Ah, well. I'll pick it up and start towards the giant constrictor snake in Ikreg's body.
Alright, so go ahead and give me your movement, and it'll be Starla's. Starla, you are starting the initiative in your snake form, but you do notice that the sword wraiths vanished. What is your passive perception, Starla?
15.
Okay, so you would have noticed a gem that would have fallen. In the case of the sword wraiths that vanished because of Grimm's demise, no gemstone appeared. Their little wispy spirit threads just vanished.
So, seeing there's no enemies, I'm going to flick out my tongue and see if I can detect any more enemies that I couldn't see, just to make sure it's all...
You can give me a perception check. Alright, so sniffing and smelling the air with your tongue as you do, your senses heightened as they are, you sense no enemies. You can't necessarily reach into the ethereal plane, but you smell nothing, not even the trace of a spirit anywhere around you.
Okay, then I'm gonna use my giant nose to kind of push Terrar up, like, you okay? You're still breathing, aren't you? But yeah, I think that'll be my...
Alright, Ikreg, I think you're still counting, right? Was that 6? Sorry, I may have lost Connor because he's been... That's okay, I know, it's 2 hours you've gone, and I'm waiting for you to get into this. I'm really hoping they do.
No, it's okay. I forgot I had push to talk on. No, I'm at 2 more rounds left.
Okay, guys, so it's Terrar's turn. You've got about 12 seconds to save Ikreg.
Terrar stands up for 5 feet of his movement and just kind of looks at the dirty hobgoblin's dead body and just kind of shrugs. He would do nothing.
God damn it! That's what Starless said is exactly what I was hoping you would do, Mark. I'm sorry. So many ways to solve this problem.
You gave me a really sweet background of why bugbears and hobgoblins don't like each other.
I did, and you are role-playing it correctly. Fuck the hobgoblin!
Sorry, man.
I see Terrar not helping me. It's totally fine, I get it. I love it.
Can Starla stretch across this chasm as a snake?
You know what's funny is this is an element of an evil campaign that comes out in play that wouldn't happen in a heroic campaign because your character would always try to save your ally.
That's why I'm actually having fun with this campaign because I'm actually getting frustrated and I shouldn't be.
No, don't get frustrated. You don't. I mean, whether these guys live or die, you could really give a shit. I mean, to be honest, you guys are all evil. You got to play evil. I hadn't thought of that before. The idea of making.
How long does the snake stretch?
You can use your free actions to speak on your turn. So Terrar, if you're saying you're just kind of shrugging your shoulders, looking around, there's no enemies left as you get to your feet. Do you want to say anything? On your turns, you guys can yell out and call out or whatever.
Yes, I would like to pull out my bottle of whiskey and drink it.
Alright, so you guys see Terrar take a couple big swigs off of a bottle. Sirkith, it's your turn.
Can I perceive how long Starla can stretch?
You can call out and ask.
Yeah, but can she not respond to her turn?
But you can see that the snake is about 15 feet long. It might stretch to around 18 feet, but 15 feet is how long it is.
And I can't. It won't make it. It won't matter. Well, I don't. I mean, I can crawl down the bridge and be on the edge so that if someone lifts the bridge up, like I'll be right there to come across. But there's not much else I really can do from here. I mean, I don't have any teleportation. I don't have any other means of getting across. I certainly can't jump this. So, can I safely get to the edge? Like, wait, Twitch, do you have any? Can they respond at least while I'm asking the question, or I have to wait till their turn? Well, Twitch is next, so I asked Twitch, does he have any means to help me get across this bridge?
Twitch, you can answer the question.
Twitch will pull out his 50 feet of rope that he stole. Twitch has this.
Any means of actually getting to connect someplace else?
There are poles on either side of the cliff that were holding the rope bridge up. You could grab the rope from Twitch's hand. I don't want to tell you guys what to do. I always do that. It's a skill challenge. Figure that the fuck out. You guys do what you want. I don't want to solve it.
No, I'm not asking to solve it.
I've got like 20 different ways to solve this problem in my head right now, and I wish I was a player in my own game.
I will take if it's possible, I'll take the rope. Can I take the rope from Twitch, but hold an action to throw one end across the chasm?
Yes, you could. You could even call out to see if somebody would be willing to jump down that cliffside and catch it.
Tarar, get your fat ass down the cliff so I can freaking throw this to you and you can pull me across and then try to get there as fast as possible.
Excellent! I like that you threw fat ass in there. So you guys see Surakith grab a rope from Twitch and start swirling it over her head like a modern day cowboy. You guys don't know what that is, but that's the reference I'm going for. And she's basically aiming for this spot here, 50 feet down to this ledge. That's the closest space where she could throw the rope. And she's ordering one of you, Tarar specifically, to jump down there and catch the rope. Do any of you respond? You can respond to a person saying with like a phrase when it's not your turn.
Who needs to jump down? I can have a hand grab it.
The hawk can shoot farther than you throw.
Yes, but the hawk is kind of far away.
Not my problem. You ask for suggestions.
Your suggestions need more work.
Alright, that is 6 seconds of conversation. Surakith is basically readying her action to throw the rope to anybody who will catch it.
Tarar is just standing on the other side of the cliff, giving Surakith a huge middle finger. And it's literally a huge middle finger he's got.
Yep. Alright, Twitch. It's your turn. You saw Surakith grab the rope from you and is getting ready to toss it across the other side. You can change that plan if you would like. I can't hear you, Twitch, if you're muted or something.
Sorry, what's going on?
Surakith grabbed the rope from you and is twirling it above her head and asked somebody to jump down to the ledge below where she could throw it to.
Okay.
Well,
One second.
So what do you do? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Twitch. Do you have something you're going to do on your turn?
Twitch will he will grab the rope, and he is going to ready his action to as soon as somebody tells me it is tied on the other side, he is going to use enlarge.
Okay, so you're snatching the rope out of Surakith's hand.
No, I'm just holding the knotted end that she's already secured.
Okay, so she tied one end to her side of the bridge, and you're grabbing that end
Yes,
and preparing the enlarged spell for when somebody grabs the other end.
I say, as soon as secure, I make big so it not break.
Okay.
I would try and cast Reduce on the chasm, but I don't think it would work.
Alright, here's the moment of heroism. I think this is round 9 for Ikreg. So at the end of next round, he would die.
At the end of this round, I'm
Or at the end of his turn, it's up to Dahak, Drepix, and Starla
Well,
to cause the triggered reactions to happen.
And when it gets back to him after this, right? There's 9, and if you more to be 10.
Yeah, he has to be dead a full 10 rounds, a full minute. So at the start of his next turn, I guess, is when he would die.
At the start of this turn.
One thing he doesn't need to do is take his body down.
Well, there's nothing that I can do.
You can
So-
get his body down.
Who has the gems, by the way? Drepix has one big one. Who has the other one?
Not the people that need them.
Nectarar.
Okay, Terrar has the small diamond, and Drepix has the big diamond. And Surakith needs the diamonds. Huh.
Well, if Drepix go down with his body, and someone gets me over to the 50 foot, I can do it. Because who cares what condition his body is in? Just push it down the freaking thing.
I really want Twitch to reduce the chasm. That would be great.
Since I can't really solve the problem that they're working on, I'm actually going to be searching for arrows on this cliffside because I have let a lot of them fly. So whatever your rule is for finding spent arrows.
Well, you'd have to move over here, I think, because you fired 4 arrows in this direction, then you fired the rest of them across the cliff.
Yeah.
So you could go try to retrieve some arrows over here if you want, but you'd have to go over there.
Okay,
And then you'd have to give me a survival check.
double move to that side. And you want a survival check.
Yes. That's high enough. You can recover 2 arrows.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Drepix, it's your turn.
I will go to the 10-foot down ledge.
You can do that with no check. That's just jumping off a 1-story building. You're fine. The next one, though, is a big... that's a 4-story building. I would need an acrobatics check if you decide to land down there.
I'm not actually going to bother. I'm just going to produce my mage hand to catch the rope. And I'm going to try and move the mage hand over to the hanging bridge on our side and tie it.
Okay, so where are you producing the mage hand? Just ping the space. And how far can you move it?
One second. I'm pulling that up real quick.
You could just click the spell if it's on your character sheet. It should put a description up from the compendium, and I can derive the information from it. Looks like you can summon it out to 30 feet. And you can move the hand up to 30 feet each time you use it. Yeah, so you could summon it 30 feet away from you.
My plan is to actually catch it in midair before it gets that low. And because of the arcane trickster ability with it, I can use it to do things like tying it off or picking locks and stuff.
Alright. I am definitely allowing this because it's awesome. So what I'm saying is happening is I was just measuring the distances to make sure you're summoning your hair, or so your... Sorry, I had 17 lines of tildes again in the chat. You throw your mage hand, or you see Drepix, Surakith, slide down the cliff face and summon a hand. I'm assuming, Drepix, you're leaving the hand visible instead of making it invisible, or do you just call out, throw the rope?
I make it visible, and then I call out, throw the rope.
Okay. I want to clarify something real quick because it actually works better if with the little bit of time we have left. I didn't tie this down. I need someone. Someone needs to pull me across. There's no way I can move and get to the body and do all this in one round.
I'm a little goblin. I cannot pull you across.
The snake can pull me across.
No, you're gonna. Okay.
You can't.
Yeah. He's gonna tie it off up here where the hole is.
What I'm saying is, Ken, I can't move across that and get to the body in one round. I need someone to pull me across. There's no way I'm going to be able to actually get across in one round. Because he'll die before my next turn. I only have one turn before.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it to Starla to figure that out, because I'm pretty confident that Starla will come up with something pretty ingenious. And Starla, feel free to.
Okay, I throw it then and tie it, and I'll let you guys do it.
Yeah, you throw it. I need a ranged attack roll from you, Surikith.
It's on which.
Just any ranged attack roll.
With my usual modifiers?
It would be you're not proficient with rope, so it would just be a dexterity check, I guess. And you can have advantage because you're being helped by Twitch. 16 is high enough. You hit the mage hand square on. As a team effort, Drepix controlling the mage hand and your keen eye. Drepix, using your action, you move the hand up to the stanchion where the bridge was tied up here. You guys now have a rope, a single rope stretching. Twitch, that triggers your action. You become large, right?
I was making the rope large.
Oh, you were enlarging the rope. Okay, so the rope becomes extra long and extra fat?
Exactly.
And it's tied to the two stanchions. Okay, so you guys have a very... you have a rope the size of a 2x4, essentially, that stretches across this bridge. That's tied tight.
So after that's done, I will climb back up to the other ledge, close to Ikreg.
So we have a rope like that, the brown square.
Someone needs to bring the body closer, for definitely. And the gem.
Pull the body closer, but I use my action to tie the rope off with the mage hand.
Oh, the next start of your turn, it'll be 10 next time.
Sorry. Drepix, you have the big diamond, right?
Yes.
Okay, so as a free action, I'm going to allow you to do something with that diamond if Starla does something with Ikreg.
I tell you what I think, but it just come out and hisses.
Yep, Starla can't participate, and Starla's just got to act. You guys can't communicate with Starla unless Starla leaves snake form, but...
I didn't hide the gem, so I am just walking around with it in my hand. I'm like, oh yeah, look what I found.
I've been yelling.
Starla's tongue flicks out towards the gem in your hand. What do you do? Knowing that Surikith has been yelling for a gem of... Does anybody have any gem of any kind?
I'll hand it to Starla.
Okay, Drepix tosses the stone up in the air. Starla, you see it flash in the moonlight, and your tongue lashes out and you catch it. You have a large diamond in your mouth. What do you do?
I'd like to... Am I able to hold the diamond and grab Ikrig's body?
You can coil some coils around Ikreg and hold the diamond in your mouth, yes.
What I'd like to do is try and move it. What I was going to do was... but yeah, I'll drag Ikrig's body as close to the rope as I can.
Okay, so those are the magic words I'm going for. Was you were going to try and drag Ikreg to the rope. So I'm going to storify the rest of this for you guys. Thank you for kind of sort of solving my skill challenge here for this, allowing Ikreg to continue in the campaign. Let me drop initiative. Essentially, what happens is Drepex secured the rope. The rope is tied taut around the poles and has been made thick and extra long. So there's extra coils around each end. Twitch is also Twitch and Surakith holding their end, and Tarar kind of nonchalantly with his foot up against the stanchion holding his end. Yeah, whatever. While he's chewing his beef jerky.
No way, it's flipping me off.
Yeah, while he's flipping you off.
I'm debating about healing you next time.
Human fingers, Ken. Human fingers.
Yeah. Drepix tosses the diamond up, and Surakith or Starla snatches it out of the air with her snake-like tongue. And then, like a flash of lightning, mimicking Twitch's kind of magic, even though he's very large, or she is very large, coils herself to the rope and kind of as a curly, like a corkscrew, goes across the rope with Ikreg's body wrapped in his coils, dropping Ikreg off at the edge of the cliff face here. Surakith pulls Ikreg up from Surakith's coils, dropping his body right next to her, and grabbing the diamond that Starla spits out of her mouth, begins her magic. And at the nick of time, just as Ikreg's soul was about to pass into Hobgoblin heaven, it returns to his body, and he heaves a great breath of air. Sucks in a great breath of air.
Well, I thought that would be the last time I would face death and live to see it, but apparently... Am I alive? Am I unconscious or am I conscious now? I should clarify that.
You have 1 hit point and you're conscious based on... Chris, can you do me a favor and just post Revivify?
Sure, 1 second.
Now, just so you know, the diamond that you utilized to cast the spell was worth more than the cost of the component, but since it was a single diamond, it is all consumed, which is the last physical remnants of Kokoa's soul on the prime material plane. Thank you, Dahak, for slaying your own character.
Very nice and tidy.
You're welcome.
Yes, Tarar, you do. Hit dice are a resource. I allow rerolls of any resources, just not that you pay money for.
Ken, while this is still going on, I know you killed Turn Order. I need to get across to the other side to search for more arrows that I shot over there.
You guys can, now that we're out of initiative, everything, you can take as much time as you guys want. So at this point, you're just crossing using for the next hour, I think that rope remains enlarged, right? Is that correct, Twitch?
Yes.
I think it's an hour. So
there.
yeah. So you guys can all cross that very large rope. If you're taking your time and you're not in combat, there's no roll. You guys could just be like on your hands and knees crawling across that thick rope. Make sure it's secure before you go across. Rolls are only necessary if there's a time issue or a chance of failure.
Can I search for more gems now that I know I found one large one on the ground?
You can, and you guys can spend some time. However, you don't find any more because only one wraith, well, 2 wraiths were killed. And Grim. No, 1 wraith was killed. 2 wraiths were killed. So I guess there is 1. Wasn't there 2 wraiths where did the second wraith die?
No, 1 wraith was killed and 1 wraith ran away and the other 2 vanished.
That's correct. I couldn't remember if there were 4 or 5. So yeah, the all of the gems have been collected. You have the 1 wraith that Tarar has the gem. Tarar, you have a small diamond that was smaller than the size of. It was like
I
the
was
tip.
one more, and it was right over here.
One died on the bridge, and Terrar got it, and then the one died over there, and no one picked it up because no one noticed.
Right, because the person with the 9
Wasn't receptive.
perception was next to it.
So if,
you want to spend time searching where the wraith, you would have to remember where a wraith died because their bodies aren't actually there.
I was in front of that one.
Okay, so you go search, and since there's no time limit, you're just kicking through the dirt. It takes you 15 minutes or so, but you eventually find another tiny diamond the same size as the one Terrar has.
So I can cross carefully, basically, this rope now. All the time.
Yeah, you guys can cross with no checks. It's just you're taking your time. And I'm assuming since people are rolling hit dice, you're short resting. So go ahead and give your characters a short rest. And know that the moon is at its zenith. It is the middle of the night.
Do you need me to give you a survival roll to find those arrows?
Yes. I think you shot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds of arrows. That's 10 arrows.
Yeah.
12 is the DC, so you can find 6. You can find 6 arrows.
So I found a total of 8 that I'm giving myself back.
Yep.
Hey Ken, can I get a cool bonus to my health? Since I rolled 3 maximum hit.
I would say that you did get a bonus to your health already by rolling 3 maximum. But yes, that's very impressive.
Oh, guys, I wish you guys had not spammed your healing. I mean, I'm going to cast Prayer of Healing at level 3. You guys are all...
Oh, I can retract mine too.
Oh, I definitely needed this. I needed to roll some dice, damn it.
I think that's spicy.
Yeah,
13.
so you all get 13 extra healing on top of what you're actually healing. And let's group everybody up on the other side of the bridge. So I have all your tokens together. Once you do everything to your tokens that you need to do, please group yourselves together so I can copy and paste you to the next map. As I describe, Ikreg was dead, and now Ikreg is fully healed. And after a short rest, you've got all your spell. It's like nothing ever happened, Ikreg.
Like nothing ever happened.
Except you have a lot less hit dice. So you only get half back when you full rest.
I only rolled 3.
Oh, well then yeah, you'd have all your hit dice back if you don't spend any more before your next full rest.
Actually, no,
But,
Terrar brought up a good point. I don't heal him with my healing.
That's why I rolled hit dice.
You get ready to cast Prayer of Healing, and Terrar's like, fuck your prayer, I'm walking over here.
No, I don't care. Because he was being a fat asshole earlier.
Oh yeah, I guess the recipients of your prayer. You pray for everybody but Terrar.
Yeah.
And you turn to Terrar and say, I hope you die a horrible death.
Sirikith has a very short memory when Terrar jumped in front of 3 ghosts in front of her. So Terrar remembers.
No, I forgave that for a second, and I healed you despite that. But then you flipped me off, and now I'm insulted.
Because you called him fat, and he's very self-conscious about his weight.
Nice, I like it. He's fat shamed. He's like, oh no.
You should eat precision fingers.
All right. So after your battle, you guys take your time crossing the bridge. Strepix is picking his toes through the dirt and finds another diamond, brings it up to the group and shows it. Terrar, you also have a small diamond in your hand.
Strepix actually quietly pocketed that.
Oh, okay, you didn't share it. Okay, so I'll just say you didn't share it. And people were otherwise distracted, healing and doing other things. So nobody noticed that Strepix has a tiny diamond. I don't know if Terrar makes his diamond a secret. But just so the two of you know, each of those diamonds are worth 100 gold pieces.
I need 3 of such diamonds to do that spell again.
You can write that on your character sheets, and Sirikith can communicate that she needs treasure to bring people back from the dead if necessary. You guys have your little discussion. If you want to have a moment of roleplay, I would enjoy that from Twitch's. If you guys want to roleplay Twitch rejoining you guys and surviving that fall and all of that, please do during your short rest.
You know, little goblin, I feel a strange connection to you. We seem to both survive death and come out unscathed unscathed on the other.
Death never touches Twitch. Twitch is too powerful for it.
I don't
How
know.
survive such a
You all
fall?
get hit pretty hard. I haven't even been touched.
Well, that is because some of us like to jump into the fray of a combat.
And you do run pretty fast.
Speed is everything. I hit them. They just can't touch me.
Well, it's good thing that I not die. You seem to need Twitch more than Twitch need you. Twitch will remain with you all, as I am humble and benevolent to under.
Yes, on a side note, I should offer Surakith my sincerest and deepest gratitudes for saving my life. I owe you a debt, and I will ensure that debt is repaid.
You know, just listening to you guys, you sound too much like the humans who I'd like to sneak up on and infiltrate.
I would say more that I have an honor to my own name and to my patron. I have a duty to fulfill, and if Surakith is helping me fulfill that for my patron, then so be it. I will owe her a debt.
Like a human knight. Eh.
I don't see knights burning villages and pillaging and killing as many as they see within the streets, both women and children, but if that is what your comparison of me is, then so.
Do not compare Twitch for filthy humans. Humans are scum. Twitch is destined to rule, and Twitch will not let your tongue get between him and his.
All right, well, the bickering continues for a little.
Oh, real quick, actually, I will want to do something.
Oh, go ahead.
So as the hawk is eating his crunchy fingers, I will walk up and run my finger along his side of his face, saying, "Wonderful shooting, darling."
Okay. The hawk has an immediate little immediate big problem in his pants. Tiny boner. Lizard penis. All right, yeah, that's fantastic. You guys, the moon is now past its zenith. It's been a good hour to an hour and a half as you were resting, bickering a bit, taking a snack, healing your wounds, and binding your injuries. This rope bridge led to another path, not like climbing up a rock wall, but another winding snake-like trail that continues up the side of the mountain. Do you want to stop here and like make camp, or just continue up the mountain?
What time is it of the day?
It's about 2:30 in the morning right now. So you have about 3 hours until dawn.
Is this just a trail? Or is there like cliff walls coming in and this is wending in between?
It's when you get past this part, when you get off of this map, it returns to being very similar to the narrow part that you were on in the last encounter. So one side would be a cliff face and the other side would be a cliff wall. Then you're kind of moving along the wall, and it snakes around back and forth.
Okay, so being familiar with Goliath and getting the idea that he was purposely blocking this off, I'd like to check any of the stone or cliff walls for any sort of markings or symbols or trailheads that might signify if we're close maybe to a village.
Okay, please give me an investigation check.
Is this a disadvantage because it's nighttime? I mean, I'm stupid anyway. So.
You don't want to shine a light on the wall before you look? You're just looking in the dark?
I don't think I have any lights. Actually, I have.
I can put a light for you.
I have a flask of oil because I'm an idiot. So I'm going to splash the oil on the ground and then strike it with my tinderbox.
As I see him trying to do that, can I just make like a light on him?
Yes, but Tarar, give me a dexterity saving throw, please. It is something you can see. You have advantage because of your barbarian.
I don't think I have that.
Oh, maybe you don't. I don't know.
Danger
I don't think
sense
I'm
is level 2.
Oh yeah, I do have danger sense, so I have advantage on that. And dexterity save.
Yes.
21.
21 is enough. Okay, so as you spark the oil that's on the ground, it flashes up like if you were to have a oil fire in a pan right in front of you on your kitchen stove. But you manage to jump back before the flame singes the fur on your chest and face.
I laughed like an idiot.
What was he holding when he did that? A tinderbox, you said? Or what were you holding when you spilled that out?
Yeah, he had his tinderbox and he just struck a spark onto the oil.
Okay, as he did that, I go, "Dark Lord, save me!" and I cast light on the tinderbox.
Oh,
all right.
No.
So now your tinderbox is glowing.
I wouldn't tinderbox because I would literally rage and touch the oil and light it on fire.
Okay, something else you're holding. What else are you holding? I'm just trying to get an idea what you're holding.
I'm resistant to fire, and I touch things and make them light on fire. I totally forgot about that.
But you have to spend a rage to do it?
Well, I don't know. It's a part of the Raging Storm Soul, so I assume I have to be raging to touch something to light it on fire. Unless I can just touch it and light it on fire.
I think it's an effect of raging. That's how I read it, that you gain this when you're raging. So I don't know how many rages you have left, but they're a daily recharge, not an encounter recharge. So you spent 2 or 3 today so far.
I got one left.
So do you want to spend your last one to
I have
do this?
one left after I use this rage.
Well, I used 2 because you died, and then used rage again to come back up again.
And I don't remember if you raged when you were in the Coatl fight.
Well, we not rested for that, but you did use 2 rages. You did use 2 rages last fight because you died, rage ended, you came back up, you raged again.
I used 2 rages here, which left me with 2 because I have 4 total.
Yeah, 4? Wow, nice.
And then I'm going to burn another one.
Okay.
So I have 1 rage left.
Okay. If you light your tinderbox on fire, though, I mean, even somebody who's not incredibly bright would know that you're going to destroy it.
No, I'm not lighting my tinderbox. I am literally touching the oil and lighting the oil on.
Oh, so instead of using... Okay, well then, yeah, you can't cast light on a person, so you can't cast it on his hand.
Is he wearing anything? I mean, I could cast it on...
That's up to you. You can cast it on anything you can see on him.
Yeah, I'm trying to get an idea. What do you have on you? I'm trying to get an idea what you look like.
It's like a bunch of random furs. Like nothing really.
Gloves or anything?
You could cast it on his Morning Star that's hanging off of his belt.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, I wouldn't let her touch it.
Oh, yeah, you do have to touch the thing you're casting it on.
Yeah, I wouldn't let her touch it.
Can I sneak up behind him while he's doing that and just light it? Just as you're a little distracted.
Well, you can, but it would be after the result of Tarar's investigation check, because you're sneaking up behind him as this flames are raging underneath this wall, and Tarar thinks, "Oh, that's perfect. I can see the wall very clearly now. I'm going to look for signs."
Okay, well, if you can see clearly, I'll leave him alone. I didn't realize he's lighting all this oil on fire. I thought it burned away too quickly.
So Tarar, huffing and puffing in a rage, while you've lit this oily wall on fire, you can now give me an investigation check without disadvantage.
Rage investigation. All right.
Yeah, that's a new term.
I would like to angrily look at the walls. For a 3. I'm way too...
Your anger is enough to be able to tell you, actually, I'll tell you this. In your rage, you do have a bit of insight into some of the markings on the wall. Investigation intensifies. You do notice that there are strange chips in the wall that don't look like writing or runes or marks of a to warn other people or like a sign, but you see what looks like chips in the rocks, like from weapons, arrows, crossbow bolts, possibly axes or swords, have chipped away at the side of this rock wall, as if a great battle happened on this cliff face at some point in the not too distant past.
Can I light something and take a look at myself at this rock that he's trying to look at? I'm curious why he keeps looking at it and burning himself on fire trying to look at it.
Well, you guys can see that Tarar is looking at the wall for something. If you guys want to investigate the wall also, following the barbarian's lead, you're more than welcome to do so.
I'm going to light on my gloves and take a look.
It's possible the barbarian had the only bright idea so far, and you guys are all kind of dumbfounded as you're like, oh yeah, we could do that too. But whether it returns a result, you don't know.
I'm gonna turn around to Dahak after looking at this, and I'm gonna tell him, "This seems to be a choke point, a defense. There may be a village further ahead."
Given my knowledge of hunting in the hills, the mountainside for my dragon queen, could I give you a check to basically confirm Tarar's suspicions?
Yes, I would like you, as Tarar mentions the fact that this is a choke point and could be used to hold back somebody advancing upon the mountain. I was hoping you would say something, David, because Dahak is a kobold, and kobolds, like goblins, but even more so, are very crafty at setting traps for anybody who might come and attack their bases, their strongholds. So you instinctively look up the cliffside at the winding path going up very steeply, almost in anticipation of a trap being set right above your head. And I would like you to give me a survival roll.
Okay. Survival. Here you go. Oh, how about
Damn! All right. Even in the pre-dawn light, as it is about 3 o'clock in the morning now, the stars and the moon are at its brightest. The clouds have cleared. You look up, and at the peak of your dark vision, you see what looks like in the distant shadows, about 60 feet above you, a wicker basket or net of some kind, very precariously holding up a big collection of rocks.
Well, yes, Tarar. Look up. There is a trap set up above.
I am wondering how Dahak is rolling so many crits tonight, but I mean, the luck is on his side.
How high is it, Ken?
It's about 60 feet above you, and you guys can make it out when you all look up. If all of your dark visions are at least
not only
60
dark vision,
feet.
I have light.
Well, the light only goes to 40 feet. It's bright light for 20 and dim at 20 feet after that. So your dark vision is actually longer distance than your light.
Oh, okay.
Ikreg, however, can clearly see it because you can see double the distance of the trap. So, while it is dimly lit, dark vision allows you to see darkness as if it's dim light. So you can see it dimly. You see the gray, no color, just the gray of the basket net weaving kind of looking device that you even can make out some ropes that look like they're tied to the side of the cliff, that if they were to be cut, a landslide would occur. And Ikreg, actually at the edge of your vision, you catch a bit of light spilling over the top of the cliff just above this trap.
Does it get into daytime?
Right?
Sorry, two people spoke at once. What?
Jetpix was talking in character. I was like, we were tracking gnomes, right?
We were tracking Goliath. Gnome live in mountain.
No village.
Whoever it was, they set a nifty little trap here.
So can we dismantle it so we can move forward?
The trap is 60 feet above you, so there's a couple of so imagine that the trap. You know what a switchback is, right? Does everybody know what a switchback is? When you're going up the side of a mountain, the trail switches back and forth, essentially up the side of the mountain like a snake. That's what the trail looks like that you're on. It's switching back and forth, going up the side of the mountain. So each end of the trail, the left or right side of it, climbs about 20 feet and then goes straight across the side of the mountain. And then the other end climbs, yes, like that, 20 feet and then up and then straight across again. In the center of the straight across part, the trap is set. So essentially, it's only dangerous when you're crossing across the center. You can tell me how you're going up the switchback. Are you running? Are you moving regular speed? Are you trying to go quietly? Ikreg points out that at the top, just above the trap, where he believes is the top of the trail, there's a tiny bit of light kind of just spilling over the side of the edge, almost as if there's a fire lit, like a campfire, at the top of the cliff face. But you're 60 feet.
How dark is it overall?
Sorry.
It's nighttime. It's nighttime dark. If you were to look out your window right now, that's how dark it is, with no fake light. So there's stars and there's starlight and moonlight. The clouds are very thin and wispy, so you're getting a lot of. You're above the cloud line essentially now. The cloud line was in the Coatl encounter.
Jetpix is going to adjust his little hood that's actually a magical hat and take on the image of a more good type looking like character. And so I'll look like a gnome right now, and I'm going to turn to the others and be like, hopefully they won't attack one that looks not like us. I'll go ahead and try and keep them from tricking the trap.
Do you guys want to move at a stealthy pace as you're climbing up the side of this mountain?
How far is the straightaway?
If you were to ignore the switchback and just climb straight up the mountain, it's 60 feet above you. It's taking more than 60 feet of movement, obviously, to use the switchback because you're going out and about like 200 feet to go up 600 feet. In other words, if you use the trail, you're going to use like 300 feet of movement to go 60 feet up.
So Twitch will nod Drepix, like, yes, that's a good plan. And then if Drepix leave, well, I'll do that.
And if we're going to be stealthy, I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace.
All right, so let's do whatever method you're using to go up. You guys aren't trying to make a lot of noise. So how about everybody? Let's do a group stealth check, and we'll add 10 to all your stealth checks. And I'll see if anybody rolls below. Ooh, Ikreg, that 10 is going to help you.
Oh yeah.
14.
I'm like the shadow.
Oh my god, Dahak.
Damn, Dahak! David!
So apparently me and Dahak are just like lighting.
No, but this is like 7 or 8 crits for Dahak tonight.
Well, they'll be all ones next night.
All right, so it looks like the lowest roll was Ikreg's 14, which is an actual fail, but since it's a group check, only half of you need to succeed. So just about the time Ikreg was about to make a lot of noise and kick a rock off the side of the cliff and stumble, Tarar just picked him up by the scruff of his neck and set him down over the part of the rock that was going to slide away.
I know why this happened, actually. Selfless his game to join us, and he's been rewarded for his selfless act.
Aww, karma. In Karma in action. That's probably true. Jesus! Did you just roll that again, Gahak?
I was trying to.
I think you hacked the system.
This is absolutely amazing.
He's rolling the die. It has the rolling 1d20.
No, I know. It's like it just.
That's crazy. I have never seen that many crits. All right. Well, next session, Dahak, be prepared to roll a whole lot of crit fails.
Probably.
If he rolls double crit, we'll be able to know what that rule is.
That's true. All right. So you guys, I'm gonna move you to the new map. You succeed on the stealth check. So you're not exactly on this map, but I need to put you, Drepix, you're gonna be in front, and you're disguised as a gnome.
Are we doing a marching order?
I'll walk behind. I'll walk behind you.
Oh no, I want you in front of me, Suriketh.
That's why I'm behind you.
All right, so I put you guys kind of in a line, shoulders next to each other, with Drepix a little bit out in front. If you want to switch your order around, go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to copy you in this manner.
Ken, is it almost dawn?
It is about an hour until dawn, yes.
Craig, switch places with me. Oh, this looks cool.
I really like crosshead maps.
This guy's got some good stuff. I might have to check him out. If you got a link to that, Mark, ping it to me sometime.
I wish we had rested a little bit, but
You guys
no
took a
children.
short rest.
No,
Okay.
long rest.
I didn't add any vision again to this map, just like the last one. But just keep in mind, it is still nighttime. So if something is more than 60 feet away from you, you can't see it. But I also did this because this map is beautiful. Like Mark said, I love this map, and it's got a lot of flavor to it. And I want to describe the flavor as you climb up. Drepix, you're in your gnome form. So you get a little bit closer, still crouched below the stairs as the path widens into an actual stone-cut stairway. And you begin to hear, all of you hear it, the sound of voices. They sound like children's voices. And they sound very playful. As if they're playing a game. And hooting and hollering and having a good old time, laughter. Almost as if there's not a care in the world. You hear the sound of children playing up ahead. As Drepix, you creep to the top of the stairs there, and you look up. They don't notice you. They seem to be active in their little games. Let me double check something real quick. Okay, just making sure. So the whole scene directly in front of you, you can actually see playing out. As you get to the top, you see two older gnomes. Both of them are holding or have strapped to their belt a pick. It looks like a war pick. It's got a hammer on one end and a sharp, pointy end on the other. But you see a bunch of gnome children kind of jumping off of these large, they look like dragon skulls. You've never seen a dragon in real life, but you've heard stories and you've heard them described. You kind of know what a dragon is. You've just never seen one. But these skulls are gigantic, larger than any dragon you've ever heard of described in any story you've ever heard. You also see the large skulls of and that's what like this is, and this one. They're like humanoid skulls, but they're much larger than a human's head would be, like the size of a giant. Even this skull up here, they're giant-sized human skulls, or humanoid skulls. They have very broad and tall foreheads, though, so not like any humanoid you've seen. But you see the gnome children picking up little bits of shard of bone and using them like swords, jumping off the bone structures and play fighting with each other, and just like they're playing pirates and soldier. I mean, they're just like fighting each other and playing along. The guards, or the gnome, they're called gnome guards on their tokens, but they're just gnomes with picks at their side. They're kind of just laughing at the children in the pre-dawn light. But you do catch, off to the left, where the children are playing, sat back on his haunches, unnaturally still and non-aggressive towards the gnomes, a giant grizzly bear, just regarding the children as if he's standing sentry duty in a way. You see a stone bridge, and you hear the roaring of the waterfall. The stone bridge goes over the waterfall, but it's darkness beyond the waterfall. You do see, however, in the middle of that darkness, right about here, a pinprick of light. So as you peek your head over, you can get the idea that there's a campfire over there, but it's too dark to make out what's around that campfire. You hear the children laughing, and the older gnomes kind of laughing along with the children, saying, "Oh yeah, get him here, attack him! Oh, good show!" And then you just see the bear regarding them all calmly. Nothing has noticed any of you so far. They're completely oblivious to your presence. Oh, and that rock trap, I didn't draw it on the map because it didn't really need to be here, because it can't be set by the time you're on this map. But just imagine at this point of the map, there's a big giant like wooden netting, like a wooden basket that's hanging over the edge of this cliff face with two ropes, one attached on either side. And if the ropes are cut, the wood platform would fall and all the rocks would tumble down. But that's right here.
So I'm going to attempt something. Don't know why I'm echoing. That's gonna.
I had my button pushed down. That's why. So I'll unpress my button.
In Drepic's backstory, he has a false identity as like a gnome adventurer merchant, so he can sneak into places. So that's the image I have right now that I'm going to use to try and convince them that I mean them no harm. But before I move up, I kind of turn to the others, and I kind of put two fingers up to signify the two gnome guards, and then I kind of motion my hands to signify something large in the corner. Actually, if they can hear me whisper, I'll say two guards, large bear.
I can cast message on him.
You can whisper. Their sounds of play are louder than your whisper would be. So, and they're not. If you were to get closer, they don't seem like they're aware of any danger at all. They seem like they're playing perfectly safe.
So I say two guards, large bear, children at play, going to sneak in, and I'll then walk up, kind of approaching, and I'll kind of switch my mannerism at this point as I'm coming up. And as I kind of get closer, I'll wave my hand and be like, "Oh, finally made it. Oh, hey there. It's nice to see you other gnomes."
Okay, so go ahead and move yourself to where you want to address them. I assume the rest of you are staying down below the stairs, right? Out of sight.
Oh, can I just say, I love that you say other gnomes.
Yes, right.
other gnomes. I too am here.
It's like the Steve Buscemi thing. Hey there, fellow kids.
That's absolutely wonderful.
It's not right to be a gnome today.
Drepix, do you have a name for this this gnome merchant?
Gnome.
Diedrich.
Okay. So do you step up and introduce yourself as Dietrich, the traveling merchant?
I do. I kind of do a bow. It's nice
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Continue on.
It's nice to meet you all. Oh, that was a long trek up this cliff. I'm Diedrich.
The other two gnomes, well, first of all, the bear stands up and just kind of hulks. It stands, 12 feet tall, and it's just kind of hulking up over as it sees you approach. But then it sees that you're a gnome, and it sits back down. The gnome children all stop playing and all gather around you. And the two gnome men kind of step up to the children and say, "Oh, now, calm down." And they're like, "Tell us stories of your travels. Where have you been? How?" Did you travel? Sorry, I had a coughing fit. Did you travel all night? Why did you come up here so late? And the men kind of step forward and say, "Now, children, calm down. Let's get him over to the fire. Bring him over to the campfire. Have him meet another legendary traveler." Wow, all these links, and I don't have time to click any of them. I'll have to go back and click all of these later. So, Dietrich, do you allow the children and the two men to guide you across the bridge?
Yeah, I will follow.
He's trusting for gnomes.
I don't actually know if any of my party knew Thieves' Camp, but as I move forward, I kind of try and motion with my fingers that I'm proceeding forward.
I don't think we can see you according to these steps, my dude.
After he crosses the bridge, even if you're looking from the steps directly to the right, where he pointed out or where Ikreg pointed out he saw a bit of light from a possible campfire, it's dark. It's beyond your dark vision over there. So you just see kind of a pinprick of light and some shadows moving around the light, dancing off the walls of the cliff face. But Drepix is completely left your sight. When he crosses that bridge, he's more than 60 feet away from you. Ikreg is the only one who could possibly see that they're all gathering around the campfire.
We can see they left this area, though.
Yes, you can see that area is left and completely dark. There's no fire over there. The children and the two gnomes and the bear were sitting in darkness, playing under the moon and stars.
I'll cautiously move up then, like around the corner a little bit. Too close and worry about the bear noticing us.
Where are you going with them?
I'm surprised Tara's being so calm considering the children and the babies.
Alright, so Drepix, or Dietrich, the gnomes all kind of motion you to the center, sitting right next to the campfire. The campfire is small, but it's right in the middle here. And you see a gnome, a female gnome, a bit smaller. And she was, as you were walking up, she was kind of debating with the other two gnomes the other three gnomes that were with her. And as you walk up, she says the phrase, "Oh, not to worry. It's not possible for anyone to get here. My good friend Grim is guarding the bridge down below, and nothing gets past Grim." And then they see you approach, and she immediately grabs a dagger at her side. Her hand goes to the hilt, and the other two gnomes kind of hold their hand up and say, "Oh, no need. This is the infamous traveling merchant Dietrich. You've heard of him before. And the female gnome kind of squints and looks at you very closely, but she doesn't acknowledge that she knows who you are. What kind of gnome do you look like, by the way? Do you look like a rock gnome, a forest gnome, or a deep gnome? These are all rock gnomes, except for the female. She's a forest gnome.
I'm assuming since I infiltrate cities that there are probably more rock gnomes within there, so I would say rock gnome.
Okay, and this fortress that you're going to, is held by rock gnomes. I'm sorry to ask you again, Doug. What's your passive perception?
10.
Okay, 10. The only thing you would notice a little bit abnormal. These gnomes, their garb is very strange. They have metal sheets of metal, trinkets. Looks like strange pieces of metal like you've never seen before, interwoven into their clothing. What I'm going for here is if any of you have played Horizon Zero Dawn,
I have.
These gnomes are wearing clothing very much like the people in Horizon Zero Dawn. They have machine parts interwoven into their clothing, and machines are not something that any of you have ever seen.
So this is a Nora, so
this is a Nora stronghold, yeah. Essentially, they're Nora gnomes.
All truth is that lightning is attracted to metal.
I must say, I've been to a lot of places, but your clothing is amazing.
Would you trade for a suit of clothes, perhaps? Did you bring anything to trade? What goods do you have?
Before I started my journey, I was selling weapons. Unfortunately, the party that was with me, along with the few goods I had, were all lost. I was the one survivor. How do you guys stay safe up here?
The female gnome looks to you and says, "Why, I keep them all safe. Well, me and my good friend. You must have encountered him down below. I'm afraid he's not very talkative. He just says one thing," and she kind of chuckles. Good old Grim.
Oh yes, I did meet him. He was quite nice though.
Well, if just saying the word Grim can be called nice, he does seem to lack a sense of humor, though. I believe he carries around a great sadness, and sometimes it doesn't leave him very jovial.
Do you understand him? All I got was a couple nods and that same word in different tones.
She kind of looks up, kind of gets a faraway look on her face, and she says, "I understand him. I've always understood him." And then she kind of raises her voice back to its chipper level from before, and she says, "Well, if you're tired, we could probably create a room for you. Get it ready quickly if you want to stay in the gnome home." And she kind of gestures behind her. Not many know of this entrance, but perhaps somebody would tell a merchant that this is a good way to come.
That would be nice. It'd be nice to start over. I'd like to travel every once in a while, help out, and then travel to the next town.
If any of you have a passive perception above 15 or higher, you can hear snippets of the conversation. But you're currently more than 60 feet away, out of range of sight. Only Ikreg can see across the bridge, and he's kind of hiding behind that little bit of rock where the skeletons are. So to stay out of their sight. But Ikreg, you can see two. Well, you see one grizzly bear for sure, and then the other one you would see just his feet kind of sticking out at the bottom of the stairs. And then you see a big gaggle of gnomes. And they all are surrounding Drepix, and you can hear snippets of the conversation. It sounds good-natured. You don't hear any yelling. You just hear the excited chatter of kids. They want to hear stories. You hear the word, "Tell us a story. Tell us about your travels." You do overhear Starla. Thank you for posting that for me. Oh, and okay, Dahak, you're not listening. Starla, you do overhear the words "grim" and "guard," and "no worries." That these gnomes were safely. You can assume these gnomes were safely playing because they felt that nothing could get past Grim.
So I'll kind of mutter that to this group up here that they seem quite confident in their guardian spirit that no longer exists.
Then let's attack now. Surprise. Kill them all.
Drepix, give me a perception check while you're talking to these gnomes. Okay. You kind of glance past the bear on the stairs here into this cave area up here. You see a strange-looking door, completely made of steel, that seems to have slats of steel stacked on top of each other. You don't see a door handle, and you don't see a keyhole or anything from this distance. It is kind of inside the cave, the door itself, but the door seems to be closed at the moment. You don't see any light in there.
So since they're offering to show me a room, I'll kind of motion towards the door. That way someone can actually open it. And I'm kind of watching closely as they open it.
Okay, so Ikreg, you see the another large bear come lumbering out from the stairs, and you see two of the gnomes and the female gnome leading Drepix up the stairs. And then I'm going to switch to you guys. When we start this, oh, and a couple of the children. They also want to go with. But the rest of the kids are going to stay out here and play with the other three guards. They kind of gather around the fire. They're talking about the merchant. They're excited. And the three guards are kind of like, okay, we'll go back over there and you can play on the bones again. And then I'm going to switch to you guys and see what you want to do.
So we see him go into the door or go into that little cave area.
Yeah, you see him heading up the stairs towards the cave with the other gnomes.
Okay.
And you overheard him asking to go up there.
Okay, I will suggest then that we wait a little bit till after he is out of sight, and then we attack once that we know that Drepix can get us in and out of. And once we do, I can drop a hypnotic pattern and try to incapacitate as many as we can. Keep it silent.
Go ahead, guys. Roleplay with Ikreg's suggestion. And you guys can talk in character if you want. You guys have a good 30 seconds or close to a minute to, because this is happening simultaneously. They were talking for a bit. Ikreg's picking up on what's going on, as well as Starla. You guys can move around. You're in total darkness. They can't see you. The bears don't even have dark vision, so they can't see you. You still have Dahawk's plus 10 to stealth, so you guys aren't making a sound as you're moving around over there.
I'm just starting to pull out my Morning Star very slowly as I'm looking over towards the fire and I'm seeing small shapes moving away, thinking that they're about to get away. And Tarar is getting very tired of it.
I have a question real quick. Is this like above ground, this skull right here? Like this hole, there's a ledge above ground that you can climb into.
You can climb in the front of the skull. You can see steps kind of here behind its head. So you could climb up. There's steps right here too. I mean, I'm just interpreting the map.
I don't want to do the steps because it would be within range of them seeing, I would think. So.
You can climb up this little ledge into the eye hole if you want. It's about, I don't know, 5 or 6 feet up. It's not super tall.
Okay, I'm positioned there.
Yeah, I'm just interpreting the map the same as you would, I think. This map isn't too confusing.
Can Twitch fit in the skull that he's in right now?
Twitch, you are a small creature. You can slide in through the nostril of that thing and stay inside the skull if you want. Yes. So Twitch is hiding within the skull. You're kind of peering through the nostril holes. Serkith climbs into one of the big skulls. It's just, you guys are just like the little kids. You're climbing up on the playground toys. I love it.
I'm going to tell them a story and then tuck them in for bed.
Alright, so Ikreg, you're kind of waiting for Drepix to get up out of sight before you make your move, right?
Well, that's the plan, but if Terrar starts to move forward, then I'll cast Hypnotic Pattern.
No, I'm just
what I'm gonna
forward slowly.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to move these guys to here. And then we're all going to roll initiative. And then you guys are going to have surprise. Let me clear initiative first.
So before we start, we go in loud or we go in quiet?
God damn it.
I think Terrar's gonna go in loud.
Well, so much for knocking them all out before anybody else gets to do anything.
Well, we get a surprise round, I think Ken said.
Yeah, that's true. I can still attempt it.
Ken, are you treating that bridge as an arc as it shows, or is it just a flat bridge going from one section to the other?
It's slightly arced, but not more than 5 feet.
Okay, I'm just thinking about if one of the bears will have cover.
No, they're 10 feet tall. They're taller than the bridge.
Okay.
They're grizzly bears. They're probably a little bigger than 10 feet, actually. All right, now let me roll initiative for the things that matter. I'm gonna have the gnome childs all act on the same initiative round, but they'll just act at the bottom of initiative, no matter what it is. They are the last to react.
Let it be known that Ken is putting us in a situation to murder children, and I'm all for.
Ken, did you say there was light over here next to the gnome children?
He said it was a small campfire.
I did. I'll go ahead and add a token for the small campfire.
I'm just curious that with the campfire, would we be able to see that?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, and 1. Yes, you can see them. They cannot see you. As long as they're within 40 feet of the campfire. And actually, that bridges the gap between your dark vision. So you guys, as long as you're around where Terrar is, would be able to see pretty clearly into that area. Dahak, you would have to be between, well, technically a campfire sheds light to 40 feet. It's dim light at the edge, but it's dim light for dark vision. So if you guys are within 100 feet of this point you can see.
And just to clarify, even though that group of people that went up into the mouth of the mountain are in initiative, they're walking away from us.
Yes, I'm rolling initiative for everybody, but they will act accordingly on their turns. If they're going to be in initiative, but they might just on their turn not do anything because they don't know that that there's an attack underway.
Okay,
In the first round, all of the enemies, including Drepix, actually, Drepix, you also have the surprise condition. So for this first round, you just go along with what they're doing.
Do we get advantage on surprise rounds?
What?
Do you get advantage on surprise rounds?
No.
Yes.
If you type surprise into the compendium, it will come up with the D&D definition of surprise. According to that definition, you does it say that the person has advantage? If you are surprised, you can't move or take an action, and you can't take a reaction until that turn ends. A member of a group can be surprised even if other members aren't. I don't see anything that says you have advantage. It's just surprise.
The only thing I could think of is if it's as if you were hidden from them.
If you're hidden when you make an attack, you have advantage. But yeah, I don't think surprise doesn't grant advantage, I don't think. By itself. It would just depend on what's happening in the combat. Let's see.
Well, I can see him hidden since I can see him by the fire. I'm only curious.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said, Chris. What?
If I consider hidden, since I can see them by the firelight, and I'm.
You guys are all hidden because you are all have total cover from darkness.
So would I then have advantage along with the surprising?
You would have advantage because of the fact that you're hidden. Yes.
Okay.
Once you make an attack when you're hidden, though, you are now no longer hidden.
Okay.
So, Drepix, you're the first to act, but you have no idea that there's an attack. I mean, you know that your allies might attack, but what are you attempting to do here?
My goal is to make sure I see how that door gets opened and we have a way in.
Excellent. That's what I was hoping you would do. Your little group walks up to the door, and one of the little gnome children says, let me do it. And he jumps up onto the leg of one of the gnome guards and grabs a stone-looking, six-shaped, hexagonal-looking object from his belt and rubs his hand along the door and pushes it against the door. And these little flaps come down from the side of the object, clicking forward into like a star shape in the door, and then he rotates it 90 degrees to the right. And the metal panels spread and open like they meet in the center and they pull away to the left and right at an angle, at a diagonal angle. You've never seen a door operate this way. But there's a hissing and a steam-like smoke comes pouring out of the side of the door as it opens. And you can hear it scraping inside the mountain. You can hear the sound of gears turning against each other. And the front of the door gets very hot as it fills with this steam and smoke. And then when the smoke clears, you see a torch-lit hallway on the other side of the doors.
Impressive.
And then it is a brown bear's turn. He does nothing. A gnome guard, a gnome guard, and a gnome guard. These 3 gnome guards are just talking to the children. Surikith, it's your turn.
Oh, I've been debating about this so much, but in order to cause more confusion and everything, Surikith will whisper, "Poor little children, you shouldn't see this carnage to come." And I reach out my hand and I will do a chill touch on those 2 children standing near the fire.
You to the children? Okay, awesome.
Yeah. Since they're 5 feet each other, I can chill touch both of them.
Yeah, can you just ping the ones that you're attacking? Okay.
And because of the way nature of the spell, it doesn't actually come up from me. The hand appears behind them and touches them.
Right.
So I'll do one first because it's.
Are they within range of chill touch?
120 feet.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 60 feet.
120 feet.
I like how you bypass the brown bears and go right for the kid.
Well, because, like I said, there's not like a thing that fires from me. It's just a hand reaches out and touches them, and it's going to touch from behind them, and like just basically reach out and touch someone. Basically.
Okay. Well, you have advantage or
advantage on
save.
No, it's advantage attack. I'm gonna do since within 5 feet, I can attack both individually.
Okay. Go for it. The darkness has reached you all. Okay. Well, the first hand reaches out and grabs the throat of this gnome child, and he dies as his throat turns black, and obviously.
The other one's 9.
A 9 is a hit. The same thing happens.
Rest.
The guards all look up at the 2 dropped children. The bears are surprised. Dahak, it's your turn.
I am.
You see 2 of the gnome children drop dead immediately as Surikith whispers some words of magic from the eye hole of a giant dragon skull.
I'm going.
You recognize these skulls more than anyone else, Dahak. I just want to point out that you actually feel a sense of familiarity, but also a bit of fright. Your master, you can't even imagine your master dragon being dead and a skull in front of you, much less dragon skulls that are 10 times larger than your master's skull is. These dragons are ancient.
Yeah,
Hundreds of thousands of years beyond even your master's size. Your master's dragon head is about 12 to 15 feet, so about the size of this one. So this one that Surikith is hiding in, you can't even imagine how big that dragon would be.
Right. Yeah,
But it fills you with a sense of wonder.
My message up above when you were doing your role play, but essentially the smaller one, when I got up to the top, I gave a prayer to it and became very enraged at seeing a
I'm reading it now. Okay, excellent. Yeah, so you're angry that these dragon skulls are being used as playground toys instead of being revered.
Right.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Okay, go ahead.
Top brown bear, I'm going to hunter's mark. If you want to put a symbol. And then I am going to, I'm not going to get my advantage because I don't have an ally next to it.
You are in darkness from the bear. You have advantage because you are hidden.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Oh, that's right. So I will roll with advantage, and I'm going to give myself the sharpshooter feat on this arrow. Here we go. 13.
That's a hit.
Okay. So there's that. Then the hunter's mark.
You can also add sneak attack because you had advantage on the attack if you want. Yeah.
Yep.
So 19, 20, 21, 22 plus 5 is 27. All right, your first arrow Sorry, I can't talk and type anything in a box, or it just puts the symbol. So when I went to go minus the hit points off the bear while I was trying to talk, it was just putting tildes all the way across the enter. I need a key that doesn't actually do anything to be my push to talk. But anyway,
Which shift key do you use?
I tend to use both of them, but I mostly use the left shift. Unless I'm typing, then yeah, it's fine. I can use this one. I just have to train myself to not be in a text box when I'm talking. I have a gaming mouse. I just don't know how it fucking works. It's Dylan's gaming computer. It has a gaming mouse. It's got like 15 buttons on it. I don't know what to do with it though. I'm not a computer gamer, Mark, at all. Every time I've tried to play a game on a computer, it's fucking sucked ass so bad that I never ever wanted to do it again. The only time I ever played a computer game that I enjoyed was that time when we went to Ryan's apartment and played that frickin' space game. That was probably the most fun game I've ever had and played in my life. Yeah, that was amazing. Artemis, it was fantastic. But that's the only time I've ever played a game on a computer that I actually enjoyed. Every other time it's been buggy, slow, takes 1,000 hours to start up, and I don't understand how anybody does it.
Seeing how much damage that arrow had caused, I'm going to just release my normal shot for my second. 18.
18 is a hit. Oh my god.
And I will stay where I'm at.
In a single round, Dahak unleashes 2 arrows and drops a grizzly bear from that distance in the dark. That's barely being lit up by a campfire. You guys are pretty impressed by Dahak's skill with that short bow. It is Lorilla's turn. Lorilla is going to gesture inside the doorway for Drepix to go in. So far, the sounds of your fighting have not carried up that passageway because it's been pretty silent. 2 kids dropped dead instantaneously, and a bear fell over with arrows in it. Tarar, it's your turn.
I'm going to use a bonus action to activate my Ring of Jumping, and Ikreg promised me that he was going to incapacitate a lot of them, making for very delicious live meat when I eat the children.
Jesus.
So I'm going to wait for him to cast his spell, and once I see the spell cast on the other side, I'm going to move. I'm going to use my action to dash forward, and then use my jump as part of that movement.
And that's why I killed the children, because I wanted to avoid seeing this ghastly thing running.
You're a terrible villain, Sir Cap.
I know, right? I don't want people to see this murder, so let me...
Your people are like the most prolific slavers, other than Drow.
No, but you didn't do my character story. She sees death as like a release, and death as an immortality.
I am. I'm releasing my joy by eating this delicious delicacy.
I'm keeping one child body for myself, and I'm gonna stand over when the time.
Yes, I'm going to wait for the spell to cast, then I'm going to dash forward and jump.
Got it. All right, yeah, go ahead and role play that out as soon as Ikreg has his turn here. Twitch, you get to act just a second before Ikreg's spell goes off, though. What do you want to do, Twitch, from the skull of that dragon?
I will aim, and then I will see Starla standing right in front of me, and it's like...
Sorry, you tend to cut out at like the penultimate time of your roleplay for me. I don't know why. You said, I will aim, I see Starla ahead of me, and then it went out. Nothing happened after that.
Well, I'm upset because she's right in my line of fire.
Okay, you're frustrated. You can yell duck. You can shoot right, or well, if it's lightning bolt, I see what you're getting at.
I will ready my action for when Starla gets out of my way to use my lightning bug.
All right. So you kind of in a loud whisper, move, move, woman, and you ready your action to cast lightning bolt when Starla moves out of the way.
Blue calming glow that's coming out of the dragon's.
Yeah, I love that the dragon's nostril is about to light up with lightning. That's fantastic. Ikreg, it is your turn. Still, enemies have surprise. Let's see. I don't know what the range of this is, but 120 feet. You create a twisting pattern of colors that weaves through the air inside a 30-foot cube within range. So a 30-foot cube within 120 feet. So let me draw a 30-foot cube, and you ping where you want it. Okay, that's a 30-foot cube. Where
I want to try to get it centered on as many of these guys as possible. With trying to get the bear in there as well. Yeah, I think that should be alright. I'm content with that placement.
Okay, yeah, I think you'd get everyone but one gnome guard. The bear is in at least 50%, and the gnome guard wouldn't be able to fit in if I don't get the bear in 50%. Okay, so you need a wisdom save. The children automatically fail any saving throws. The guards, however, get to make a save, and so does the bear. So I'll start with the bear.
That is ridiculous.
I turned on advantage toggle, but that was just the regular non-toggle advantage, so I'll count the 19 for him. So if he makes the save, nothing happens?
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Okay. I'll go ahead and give you the 2 guards.
Alright, well I got one of them. And the kids. I'll whisper to Tarar after this is the spell is cast and say, enjoy your live meat.
I like that the children get to fail automatically, so Tarar wanted to eat the kids, and now the kids are incapacitated, staring at the sky, just kind of look like they're completely strung out on drugs. And one of the gnome guards, the bear kind of growls as he twitches from the pattern forming in the sky above him. And Tarar, that triggers your action. So go ahead and do your jump and movement thing.
I'm going to jump 50 feet to there.
Okay. So you leap into the light of the campfire, and everything around the fire is like, ah! And now the noise begins. And then.
Yeah, I just want to use my movement to get up onto the bridge.
Alright, you can do that.
Right here.
And
that will be my turn.
These 2 gnome guards are still surprised, so Starla, it's your turn.
I'm gonna get a Twitch shot.
Yep, Twitch. I was waiting for Starla to move. As soon as Starla moves, that triggers your action. So I need to give you a dex save from the bear, the child that fails automatically because he's dazed, and this gnome guard, right? This guy's out of range, I think.
I'm going to use a sorcery point to empower that.
What is that?
I can re-roll damage dice equal to my charisma modifier, so I can re-roll 2 damage dice.
Okay, so you did roll 3 1s out of that damage, so go ahead and roll a 2d6 for me, and I'll subtract 2 from that and add that to your total.
And then he changes the other one to a 2, right?
Do you change 1s to 2s?
Yes.
Okay, so even on a re-rolled 1?
All 1s.
Okay, so that's 5. Plus 2 is 7. Minus 3 is 4. So you add 4 to the lightning damage, so the lightning damage becomes 24. 24 does absolutely fry that child that's in the line. He just becomes a puddle of goo.
Like those rats in Stranger Things.
Oh, that was so awesome. Yes. I'm only on episode 2, so no spoilers, Doug. I know you finished it. Alright. The bear took the 24 points of lightning damage, and so did the guard. They are now not surprised. The surprise condition ends for the enemies. There has been noise as Tarar jumped forward, so Drepix, all of the guards around you are aware that they're under attack, and they look to you and they yell, "Did you bring a weapon? Help defend the gates! Somebody's attacking!" They yell to you, and it's your turn. How would you like to react to them asking you, the traveling merchant, known amongst gnomes, for your aid?
I will draw my blade and kind of step in front of the children, but as I go past the children, the one who I noticed that had the key, I want to try to stealthily swap that from his hand.
The key is in the door.
Oh.
Remember, the key was pressed into the door and turned 90 degrees. It remained in the door as the door opened.
Okay, so never mind.
The only way to get the key, the door is open. If the door closes, which you can close it from the other side, then you could get the key back out. But unless the door closes, you can't remove the key.
So I will step in front of the children and act like I'm going to defend them to keep up the ruse.
Okay, so go ahead and move in front of the children there. You've got your sword drawn, and you're like, "Stand back! I've got you covered." Lorilla and the other 2 gnomes smile at you appraisingly. Actually, give me a deception check, Doug. I want to see just how appraising they are of your little subterfuge. You can have advantage on it, though, because I'll grant that because it's your background trait, right? Is that what this is related to? Your back or a feat or something? What gives you this ability?
I have the... My false identity is part of my feat.
Okay, so it's part of your feat, which is what, the actor feat or something, or charlatan or something like that.
I think the false identity is part of your background.
Yeah, is it? Are you a charlatan?
Yes.
Okay, that's a background feature. Okay,
Sorry.
so yeah, I'm gonna give you advantage on a deception check to utilize your background feature. Which you crit. Alright, so they are very appraising of your actions. They think you are a brave warrior merchant now that they will add to the legend of Dietrich's story that will travel amongst the gnome community. The brown bear that Dahak killed in 2 arrows does not get a turn. This gnome guard sees the hulking form of Tarar bound across the bridge. He sees that there's a dumbfounded child in front of him and 3 dead children dropping around the campfire. He is both enraged and terrified. So he is going to...
I'm just gonna scream, give me a baby!
He's going to cast a spell at you.
Okay.
I hope. Let me look at the 30 feet. One creature that I can see. You are exactly 30 feet away, so without moving, he holds up his hand and casts a spell at will with no material components necessary because he can do that shit. He casts blind.
Is that a wisdom save? Con save?
It is a con save.
Well, I'm much better at constitution than wisdom, so here we go. 23.
You completely resist his magic. For a moment, he tried to cause a flash of light in your eyes. And I'm going to kind of flavor text this a bit. He grabbed something from his pouch, like a small little round ball of some kind, and threw it in your direction, and it was a flash of light for just a brief second, but not enough to completely blind you or daze you. So it seemed like less magic and more some kind of item that he used. And then he is going to step in front of the child, in front of him, drawing his war pick. Stay back, child! I'll take on this brute. And he looks up the stairs and says, "There's a bugbear attacking us!" And this gnome guard is going to try the same thing. He's going to cast the same spell at Tarar. So I need another con save, Tarar. Damn! Good job, man.
Just let me eat some babies.
I know, right? I'm trying to make you blind so I could run up. This guy is going to move forward to you and engage you with his war pick draw. So he runs up to you with his war pick drawn after trying to blind you. He doesn't know for sure if it worked, but another flash of light appears in front of you. This gnome guard is incapacitated. Do I get to make that save again at the end of my turn, Ikreg?
No, you're just incapacitated for a minute unless something shakes you out.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm just standing there staring at the sky. And I'm not doing anything on my turn. My speed is 0. I'm incapacitated until somebody wakes me up.
Or damages you.
Did I lose you, Chris? It's your turn.
Sorry, no. Sorry, I'm gonna see what I want to do. Can I get back? How much does movement it take to just come down this way? Is it like a normal walking?
Yeah, that's, there's the stairs there. You can just move out of the mouth of the thing. It's fine. And from as far as you can tell, you only see one child left alive, and he is staring up at the sky, oblivious to what's going on.
Actually, since these guys are close, I'm gonna do another chill hand on both the gnome guard and the child.
Why are you trying to take my child away, bro?
Oh, yeah. I think
Just attack the 2 gnome guards. Let me do something fun.
I think Sarah Keth is enjoying taking it away from you, actually.
Aw, you're gonna ruin Mark's fun.
Alright, I guess it was gonna attack guards.
Let's do the guard first.
Alright, which one? Ping the one you're attacking. Okay. 12 against the gnome guard is a miss. He is wearing a chain shirt. And he has a little bit of dexterity.
But I definitely hit the child.
Yeah, that kills the child.
Now I'm going to move down.
The campfire is littered with the bodies of dead children. Surakith climbs out of the gnome's head, and you actually, or the dragon skull, you guys hear a wailing now, like a deep cry of anguish echoing out of the cave from which Drepix had crept into, or walked into with the other gnomes, and you hear the crying of children as they now see the bodies of the fallen, murdered children around the campfire. This brown bear has no choice but to try to attack Tarar because Tarar's right next to me, and I can't do anything but hit him. So I'm going to attack you with a bear, Tarar. He has multi-attack. He can make a bite attack and a claw attack, so he's going to claw at you with a crit.
Sounds good.
So it's actually 13 plus 12, so 25 points of slashing damage. And then he's going to bite at you for a 13.
That misses.
Alright, so he critically slashes across your chest, roars and tries to bite down on your shoulder, but you push him back off of you. And he does a grizzly. Hawk, it's your turn.
Alright. I am going to let some arrows fly at this other brown bear, using sharpshooter feet with advantage. 21.
21 is a hit.
Oh, let me move Hunter's Mark over to his feet, since the other one's dead. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, though.
It's a bonus action, but yeah, you can use your bonus action to move it.
So that is a total of 22.
Well, given that it had 10 hit...
And I didn't use my sneak attack on that one. I am going to move up in front of Surakith. And Surakith, I'm here to protect you.
I'll rub my finger on the back of his head.
The little guy's like, I've got you. I'll protect you, my woman. If you do me a favor later. That guy is within your line of sight.
Yeah, I'm going to go for this one. Right here.
I imagine that Dahak jumps up on the skull of that beast underneath him so that he's level with Surakith's eyes and says, check this out, and launches an arrow at this guard. Okay. You do not have advantage on this attack, and that therefore you won't get to add sneak attack. You don't have an ally adjacent to him. Unless you attack this one.
Oh, let me do that then. Let me attack the one here so I can utilize everything.
Okay, then you wouldn't get Hunter's Mark, because you can't move it again, but you would get sneak attack and your regular damage.
And I'm just going to use a regular short bow. I want to make sure I hit. Oh, I didn't have
well, that definitely hits these guys. They are wearing chain shirts, but they don't have a 22 AC.
So 14.
Alright, your arrow pierces right through his forehead and drops that gnome guard like a sack of potatoes.
And this is where I'll stay.
Lorilla is the one whose wailing you heard. She is going to move out 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Drepix, technically, you could count her as an enemy and make an opportunity attack if you want. I'll leave it up to you. Right now, she completely trusts you, and that's why she's moving out of range of your weapon, thinking that you're not going to stab her.
I'm holding the ruse, knowing that the door is still open behind me as they are kind of moving forward. I have a plan.
All right. From the stairs, she can see the field of battle. Holding her hands to the sky, she pulls out a wand from her belt, and she casts a spell. Sorry, I want the description to be there. Ugh. That's the wrong DC for the save. Let's see. A storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius. That's 120-foot diameter. So everything. When you cast a spell, choose a point you can see. A bolt of lightning flashes down from the cloud to that point. Each creature within 5 feet of that point must make a Dex saving throw. Tarar, I need a Dex saving throw. It is a feature. It is a thing that you can see, though. I think Danger Sense applies. So you would have advantage on this Dex saving throw. 20 is a success. Her DC is actually 15. So I know why it's so low. I didn't fix everything. Lorilla is an 8th level druid. Druid in the compendium is only a 4th level caster. So I upped some things but forgot to up other things. Her proficiency should be higher than it is. So, so she's a higher level caster than the character sheet allows it. As a bonus action, she's going to change her form. She changes into... I wonder if she can do this. Hold on, let me check. Okay, she can. She changes into a large creature, a giant eagle. I am always in a text box somewhere. Control F to find something, and now there's 5,000 tildes in that text box. I can't speak and click anything. I have to get used to that. Or I'm going to just get a headphone with a button that I can push on it, I guess. She is going to shape change into a giant eagle and fly the giant eagle's speed, which I think...
It's like 90.
It's 80 feet. Okay, so she's going to fly 80 feet in the air while maintaining concentration on her storm cloud. Alright, Terrar, it's your turn. Alright, so let me... I'm getting so frustrated. I'm gonna just finish role-playing that out a bit. So you see her run forward in a fit of anger and fury and confusion. She doesn't know what's going on. She passes Drepix. She raises her wand, summoning this huge dark cloud, and you guys are way above the cloud level. So this is kind of strange to see the storm form at this high in the mountain peaks. But the storm immediately just starts boiling and roiling above head, and a lightning bolt crashes down. Terrar, you gave me your dexterity save, so you only take, what is it, half damage? So you take 9? Or do you half that again because you're raging?
I'm not resistant to lightning.
Oh, okay. So you take 9 points of lightning damage from the lightning bolt that shatters the edge of the stairs right behind you. And then she takes the form of a giant eagle and just beelines straight up into the air, 80 feet up. Oh, wait a minute. I can't go 80 feet up. I already moved 25 feet. So I increased my movement speed to 80, minus 25, 60. I can only go 55 feet up.
Okay. Bonus action, rage. I'm very upset all the children are dead. I have 10 to here. I assume these children are crying. I'm going to go after them. 20, I'll draw an attack of opportunity from him.
Yeah, so you round the corner and you do see more children up the stairs. They're wailing. They've got their hands over their mouths. They're like, oh my god, their best friends are lying dead around a fire. Drepix, you see in his gnome form, is standing guard in front of the children. But at your first glance, you see 3 gnomes and 2 children. You might be in a fit of rage enough to not even recognize that Drepix is Drepix. But I'll let you roleplay that out. As you round the corner, you see the children and your mouth starts watering.
Yeah, Terrar is a piece of shit. So that's 20, 25, 30. And I'm going to use... I'm literally going to try to scare the shit out of the 2 gnome guards. With my 10-foot reach, I'm going to use each action to grapple one of the children.
Awesome. Okay. Let's do the child on the left.
That's a 23. And then child on the right, 22.
Alright, you are 2-fisting children. You have a child in each hand. I'll just put one there.
I have them up in the air by their necks. And I'm going to Stone Cold Steve Austin them in the next round. That's the end of my...
Alright, so Drepix, you see these 2, and the 2 gnome guards see these 2 children get picked up. Terrar, for the fun of it, can you please give me an intimidation check? No advantage or anything, unless you can give yourself advantage somehow, but I just want to roleplay this moment a bit.
He does have 2 kids in his hand.
I know, he's wielding kids. No Morningstar in his hand, he's just nice! Alright, the 2 gnome guards behind you are just aghast. Their mouths, if their jaws could hit the floor, they would. Their mouths are open. They have their hands on their war picks, but they seem to be stepping back away from you, like they're not sure what to do in the face of this rage and fury and monstrosity of someone picking up children and holding them up in the air as the children are gasping for air. And they look down to you, Drepix, the children, and as their mouths are being clenched by Terrar's hand, help us! Save us! Merchant! Dietrich! the brave!
Can I have 5 more feet of movement? Can I move into the cave to get away from the lightning?
Yes, if you are up by where this teeth area is, that provides some cover. So if you want, you can. I'll move those kids.
So I'm right next to Griffin. That's the end of my turn.
For some reason, I can't move the gnome children to the front of you. It doesn't work. But there are 2 gnome children in your square. You are holding.
No worries. No worries.
Twitch, it is your turn. You saw Tarar run around the corner and disappear up into the cave, up the steps.
So we just saw lightning strike near him, and he sees a giant eagle staring, what he is sure is looking at him. And he has been in both of those situations, and he has barely survived both of them. So he is like, nope, 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 nope. He's going to use his action to dodge and his bonus action to hide.
God, it's nothing I do is working. All right, I'm just gonna leave her as herself instead of making a giant eagle. For some reason, moving things to the front and back is not doing anything at all for me tonight. I don't know why.
I've been having trouble with that too.
Yeah, it's a weird. Normally, it used to be I could just right-click and say move to front or move to back, and it would work, but it's not doing it. All right. Well, so your stealth check is a 6. If anybody's passive perception is higher than 6, they will notice you, but you're kind of out of sight. You have more than it might as well be total cover from that skull.
He just like cowered behind it, and he's like, even I know where I am.
All right, Ikreg, it's your turn. Ooh. 60 feet away in a 15-foot radius. So that's Or wait, is this cast on you? You might be muted, Connor. I can't hear you if you're talking.
Sorry, I keep forgetting I have pushed to talk on. I'm gonna cast this on me, on my clothes, because I can cast it on an object. And then I'm gonna I'm gonna shift my greatsword, or does that take an action? Shift my greatsword into a longbow. Let me look.
Shrouding yourself in magical darkness, you cross the bridge. The bridge is enveloped in this darkness, and you guys, even your allies, can't see through magic darkness. So you just see this. Remember, it's a radius, so it's a large bubble. It goes 15 feet in the air, too. So you can, Dahak, you have no line of sight through this darkness bubble to any enemies anymore.
Can we get an aura around Ikreg?
There is an aura around Ikreg. I can make it visible, though.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Do you guys see it now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so that aura around Ikreg is darkness. If you can't draw a line to your target that doesn't go through that aura, you can't see anything. Unless you can get 15 feet in the air.
Even the bird that's 55 feet in the air?
You can target the bird. The bird's above the aura. But that's the only thing you can see now. There's no other enemies that are not blocked by that darkness.
Hey, Ken,
Yeah.
how high is this point if you walk up the stairs into that dragon skull?
From a point where you could actually still shoot out of this skull, I'm going to call that 10 feet higher than the ground. That's not very high.
Well, I was just trying to think of being above the darkness.
Yeah, if you want to try to climb up these rocks over here and get on top of the dragon skull, then you might be 15 or 20 feet up. But Icarus, does that end your turn, or are you?
I will move
action to make a weapon.
So I have my greatsword out already, but I can't just change its shape. I have to dismiss it and then summon a new one. So that's a whole action. So I'm not going to worry about it. I have Eldritch Blast. And then I'm going to use my movement to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet to here, and that'll be my turn.
All right, so this cloud of this shroud of darkness moves across the bridge, enveloping the last two gnome guards in the darkness, and they can no longer see in the magical darkness. One of them is still dazed; the other is now blinded. All right, this gnome guard is a little bit intimidated by Tarar's actions. He's going to cast a different spell, though. Seeming to move in a blur, as he phases in and out of reality, it seems like, the metal pieces on his armor or on his clothing start to glow a strange bluish tint, and he seems to phase in and out of reality as he approaches you, drawing his pick. And he says, "Drop the children now, beast!" The second guard, seeing the first guard do that, is going to do the same thing. He's going to cast Blur on himself and move forward to attack you. And he says, "Dietrich, you have our back, right?"
He has a knife in your back.
Dietrich kind of motions towards the shadow, and when my turn comes up, you'll see why he's motioning towards the shadow.
And Starla, we are probably going to end with your turn here tonight. So give us an epic conclusion here.
Starla's going.
Wait, you cut out. Starla's going to, and then it went away.
Okay, she moves up to the bridge. Then she looks up at the storm and says, "That'll do very nicely." And she's going to cast Call Lightning and take control.
Oh my god. So you are both controlling a lightning storm raging above head. Okay.
If there's an existing storm, I take control.
Oh.
Yeah, it does.
So I kind of assume this is like the counter spell. And since I took control of her existing storm, my storm does an extra D.
I see that. Yes, very awesome. Okay, so the existing storm overhead is raging. You reach your hand up and take control. You see the eagle kind of shake its head in disbelief while it's flying overhead as it loses control of the storm that it had summoned.
And then I'm going to have the bolt hit her.
Yeah, within 5 feet of her. That's fine. I'll give you her dex save.
I was gonna have it attack the gnome guards, so it looked like she attacked her own people, but somebody cast.
Yeah, now you can't really target them. Okay. That's alright, though. Let me give you her dex. She fails it.
Yes, yes.
Go ahead and roll a d10 and we'll add that to the 18. Alright, so she's going to take 24 points of lightning damage.
And I'll say to myself, the nature's on my side, not yours.
Excellent. Alright, do me a favor, Starla, and just type in the chat there that you took over the call lightning, just in case I forget, because I always scroll back through the chat to see what I need to remember next session. So I'll just say there's a storm up ahead that you have control of when we start next time. And we will pick up here. This fight is definitely going a lot more in your guys' favor than the
last one.
Than the last two. And yes, you guys make sure to level up your characters for next session. However, don't play the new leveled up characters until after this encounter. So you'll level up at the end of this particular encounter.
We get the roll thing.
Huh?
So we get the roll for something.
Yeah, so I'm going to have each of you do that right now, but in order. So Starla, will you please roll a D100? $83. Okay. I had to kind of interpret it and modify it just a little bit. I'm going to paste your boon. This is active for the next 24 hours of game time. So until you, well, I don't know if I can say 24 hours. Let's say that if you full rest, it'll be active until not this coming full rest, because you guys are approaching one, probably right after this encounter. So the next full rest, you can have this boon active. Probably the next 2 sessions.
Do we get these immediately next time we come back?
So basically, if a combat lasts more than 6 rounds, I will automatically, just remind me if I forget, but I have to tell you the AC, immunities and resistances and vulnerabilities of any creature you're fighting. And also, I'll give you advantage on perception checks to notice things like small crevices and details around you. And you get an extra hit die to use at short rests.
Do we get to use this immediately?
You get to use this from now until the next, not this coming full rest, but the next full rest. So, Ikreg, give me a D100 roll.
95. How very convenient.
How very appropriate.
Well.
Yeah, that's what 95 is. Okay, so for the next full day, you have advantage on any death saving throw you make. Dahak, give me a D100 roll. 76. Unfortunately, yours is not going to work for you, but this is what it is. So yours is only for one single attack, but it's your next melee attack.
Can I trade that with Farrar's roll?
Nope. You get to roll 76. That's what you get. So you feel like a rush. You want to just hit something, like with a weapon. You just want to beat on something. But if you rest or you become incapacitated, you lose it, period. Twitch, you are next in line. Terrar gets a roll. I'm just not to you yet, Terrar. I'm going through the line of characters on roll 20. So Twitch, 34.
Keep your mouth shut, Terrar.
Oh, I thought we decided it didn't matter because it's just for fun sessions. We're not trying to be like totally fair.
I'll let you roll for this one, Mark. I want everybody to have a boon. I can't really use this one, Twitch. Let me see if I can. I'll kind of change it a little bit. Let me see.
You could kind of change minds from melee to range.
Well, that's nice.
But if you touch hold on, I'll have to add. Okay. So yeah, I had to kind of reword it. The thing is from a magical pool of water that if you touch it, it gives you this a boon. And so a lot of the boons relate to while you're touching the water, which this one was specifically said while you're touching the water, anything else you touch gets invisible. But that doesn't make, I can't have you just having a pool of water next to you all the time. So I'm going to just say one time, you can touch something. That thing gains improved invisibility for 1 minute, no concentration. You can touch yourself. The only drawback would be that you cannot see the reflections of anything else for the time you are invisible. So if you were in a room that had reflective walls, you wouldn't see any reflections on those walls. Surikith. 26. Oh! Good question. How old are you, Surikith?
1 second. I made her 29. I'm 19 now. I think
You are now 19 years old. That roll makes you 10 years younger. So yeah, you are 19 years old now. You gained 10 years of life, essentially. Added on to your life.
It's permanent though, right?
It's in this case it is, because it can't disappear.
Oh.
So this is just an effect. So you immediately de-age 10 years. It's as if you put a special cream on your scaly skin. Alright, Terrar, go ahead and give me a roll. 89. Let's see what you get. Oh my god. Okay, I'm glad I made you roll, Mark. I gotta give you this one. This is perfect.
Alright. Oh, nice.
The +5 to intelligence. It's funny because you were inspecting the wall by lighting it on fire earlier, and now this just kind of falls right into place with that. Suddenly, the world, it's like you took the frickin' limitless pill, and the world just becomes bright and amazing, and you can see everything clearly for the first time in your life.
When did Terrar start wearing glasses?
Right? Alright, last one. Drepix, give me a roll. Let's see what you get. 89. That's exactly what Terrar rolled, so you get the same benefit as Terrar. You gain advantage on dex saves and a +5 to all intelligence checks, as your eyes are also opened for the next 24 hours.
Very cool, I got a permanent effect.
Yeah, yours can't be a temporary effect because you are literally made younger. It's not something that goes away. Otherwise, it would say, like, you age 10 years. Maybe your next boon you get will age you 10 years, and you'll end the campaign exactly where you started. Anyway, I hope you guys like this little mechanic. I just threw this in here for fun, really, just to see what would come up. Twitch, did you roll for any wild magic during this session?
I don't think I rolled.
I don't think it triggered for you.
I just wonder if we forgot to roll for the wild magic, or if you were.
I saw him roll one time.
Yeah, he rolled, I think, like 2 or 3 times in the bridge fight.
Yeah, at
But
least
I
that
don't think
one.
he's cast a spell yet.
Maybe
I
on
did a
his
lightning bolt here. I just don't. I don't know if you did a. You might have. I was kind of looking forward to one of the entropic magic effect.
No, I've been pretty good, but I don't think I did this last lightning bolt.
Okay, real quick before we get offline, Ken.
Yep.
The 17, I have one of my last conflicts.
Oh, yeah. I need to tell you guys anyway that we are not having a session on the 17th. I mentioned it before, but I'm going to be at Ren Fair that weekend camping. So I am just going to go ahead, and that's on me. I am calling that session off. So our next game would be the 31st of August. We'll just go ahead and wait. We'll just skip. If you guys want to try to have a game on the 23rd or the 24th, I am free those nights, so I could run a game, but that's up to you guys. If you can get all of you to say that you're available on one of those nights, we can do that on the Facebook chat if you want. I'm prepped. I'm ready to go.
Kind of
I'm
stuck
available
on our
either.
normal nights already scheduled.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it now. If we don't plan a night on the 23rd or the 24th, I'm fine with that. We'll just play on the 31st. That's our next scheduled night.
Wait, you're going to the Pirate Weekend?
Whatever the last weekend is, it's the only weekend I can go. Dylan has shows both the first 2 weekends of this month, so I have to go the last weekend.
No, but I need to go sleep.
All right, guys, thanks for tonight. That was fun. I got to play some Legends of the Land of Song, and you guys got to be awesome. I'm glad we overcame. Ikreg didn't die in that last fight.
Yeah, it was kind of nice. It would have been better if I could, roll with advantage on my death saves.
Yeah, right? Then you would have been fine. Although I thought I just killed you with no saves because I did damage to you while you were down. I think that's why you were dead.
Yeah, he died instantly. They hacked you up.
I was not anticipating Starla taking over my frickin' lightning storm. That my whole Lorilla tactic was to have a storm and fly around and throw lightning down from the storm. So you kind of took that away from me. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's mine now.
Yeah, I like it. I like it though. It's appropriate. Evil has come in and just kind of dominating. But next time, this encounter, I don't expect it to last very much longer. But be prepared for a little bit more role play. We've been a little bit combat heavy so far. That was on purpose. I wanted you guys to play your characters and get used to what they can do. But next session is more about solving puzzles than fighting. So, good thing Terrar and Drepix have got that +5 to intelligence checks. All right, guys. Good night. It was fun.
Good night, everybody.
Later.
Good night.
Good night.